Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, or 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार। प्रो इनोवेटर्स रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक। An initiative by Gautam Adani.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is in.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned in to Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin gains on soft US inflation data. Ripple secures MiCA approval. US UK unveil tokenized assets roadmap. And lastly, South Korea maintains blockchain economy push. First deep dive is the Bitcoin. They have neared that $65,000 mark as a soft US inflation has ignited a strong buying in the crypto segment. Now looking at it overall, if you look at it, the soft June CPI print has been there, which has eased the fears of aggressive Fed tightening, lightening all the risk assets. And remember, this shows that more retail and institutional flows can also come in the crypto ecosystem. Ripple has obtained a full MiCA CSP authorization from Luxembourg's regulatory body. Now this allows regulated crypto payment services across all 30 European Economic Area countries, targeting banks, payment firms, and even corporates that require clear regulatory frameworks. And this is primarily an institutional and an infrastructure milestone. Looking at the US Treasury and UK's HM Treasury have issued a joint 10-point roadmap to align the oversight of tokenized assets and regulated stablecoins. Now this aims to cut the cross-border regulatory friction without introducing new rules. And also, Donald Trump has continued pushing the Senate to pass the Clarity Act before the August recess. And South Korea's Ministry of Finance and Economy has reiterated its commitment to growing the local blockchain and digital asset economy. Despite a stronger emphasis on AI development, the government plans to launch a pilot project for tokenizing government bonds linked to an institutional central bank digital currency, which is called CBDC project, and this is slated for a 2027 release. And before we wrap, here's a quick check on the changes to the crypto prices over the last 24 hours. And largely all the most traded crypto has done well, all of them rising between 3 to 5% and Bitcoin jumping 4% in the last 24 hours. And because of that, our trading levels, especially the support resistance band, that has moved up on the higher side. Now it ranges between $64,000 to $67,000 odd. Now time to take a look at the crypto strategy for the day. Here's what's there to keep in mind today. Overall, the market outlook is now showing bullish momentum signs. Now it's expected that there might be some more follow-on buying, and this is especially for retail as well as institutional flows. The resistance range that has been pushed up between that $65,000 to $67,000 mark. But remember, in short term, there might also be a profit booking because the up move has been very, you could say very strong. And that's something we should focus on. Now, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Welcome. You're watching NDTV Profit, and this is Ask Profit, of course. Let's take a quick look as to how the markets are also doing. The Nifty 50 is up by about 0.6%, holding about the 24,200, just about the 24,200 levels is what we are seeing. The Bank Nifty is also holding up today after a downtick of around 1.5% yesterday, up a percent, about the 58,000 levels now. Let's also take a look at the Nifty 50 heat map and see. All right, before we do that, Anand Rathi is in focus on the back of its earnings. Shahid, how have the earnings fared?
To be honest, the earnings have been mixed, and to be precise, the PAT numbers were impacted if you look at it on exceptional losses. But overall, sequentially, the numbers were a kind of a little bit of disappointment. But I had a chat with the management also, and we are joined in by Pradeep Gupta. He's the chairman and MD at Anand Rathi Shares and Stock Brokers. Of course, starting with the exceptional loss, but overall, the fall has been there in the F&O volumes. Looking at the market conditions and changes from SEBI?
No, not really. I think if you really look at our number, volumes have, grown if you compare from year-on-year basis. In fact, market-wise, market has grown. I mean, cash market specifically, I'm talking. Year-on-year basis grown by about 13%, I think. And we have grown more than that. That's how the statistics is. So yeah, for first quarter, if I compare, volumes have definitely, grown. The number are before me, like, from last quarter to this quarter, cash market has grown by about 13%. And in terms of turnover, we have also grown by about 20%.
Right. Pradeep, apart from this, what's the growth guidance for the MTF book? Because I see the numbers on the year-on-year basis, that seems to going up for margin trading facility.
So, yeah, the moment activities have started happening, the MTF book is also started expanding. And if you really see, we are constantly expanding our MTF book. On year-on-year basis, you have seen we have grown more than 50% in terms of MTF book size. And that is also reflecting in our revenue. Our revenue from MTF, interest on MTF is also growing by about 52%.
And Pradeep, the AUM and the non-broking segment outlook for FY27, does that remain positive going ahead? What are the key triggers for it?
So we are quite positive, as you said, and non-broking is a business which is clearly a focus area, because constantly we have been marketing and harping that along with the growth in all the business segment, we are going to grow in broking as well as non-broking, and our growth in non-broking side, which includes MTF as well as distribution side, will grow much faster. And we have typically discussing that in our broking book should grow around 14 to 16% kind of growth, and our non-broking book should go between 30 to 35% or 40%. So if you really look at it, my non-broking book for this quarter has grown by about 40%, and our broking book has grown by about 15%. So we are well within the desired targeted set number, and we are constantly working towards this. So far, non-broking is concerned. So far, non-broking is concerned, we are constantly going to grow, and we are actively working towards it.
Pradeep, just to put things in perspective, there was a capital raise announcement of 500 crore via NCDs. Where will this be deployed? Is it for the new margins which have come in from SEBI?
So this amount is again going to be utilized for our working capital limits and MTF book. As you know, with the present guidelines which is being coming in place from 1st of July, most of the broking houses who are having certain amount of limits from the banks, those have been gone out of system, and that money has to be deployed from your own funding resources. And that's where in our case also about 250 to around 300 crore kind of a book has been utilized for our working capital requirement. And obviously our MTF book requirement is constantly there. So for our growth, whatever funds are going to be raised is going to be utilized for our MTF book side on a constant basis is something which we are going to do. And because of that only, this resolution is being passed to raise those about up to 500 crore kind of a limit.
All right, thanks a lot, Pradeep sir, for your views on the company and the growth outlook going ahead, and best of luck for the future. But moving on from one interview to the other, it's on the primary markets, and Mahima is there to track this. An interesting listing today. That means primary market sentiment is good?
Yeah, it seems so, right? Because almost a 40% listing gains is what we've seen on Kusumgar. Let's try to pull that up and see as to what it's doing right now. But it's in focus, of course. It listed on bourses with around 36% of listing, now 46%. And my colleague Ridhima spoke to Ankur Kothari, the CEO of Kusumgar. Listen to what he had to say exactly.
Thank you for joining us on NDTV Profit.
My pleasure.
Ankur, I want to start by asking you that if we talk about the company's financials in FY26, there was a bit of moderation in the revenue by 11.2% and even the PAT by around 12.3%. And you've attributed this to deferred orders in defense and aerospace. Do you think these are temporary setbacks, and how do you plan to ramp up your revenue and the PAT?
Sure. So I think as far as FY26 is concerned, we were affected by a large order being deferred, and of course also the Trump tariffs that affected our US business. I'm glad to say that both of them are back on track. And I think we should be able to resume our growth trajectory that we had been showing for several years going forward.
All right. And also, the EBITDA margins were positive, over 27%. What has helped for this? Is it the product mix or the pricing strategy? What has really worked, and what's your guidance with margins, and how sustainable are they?
That's a great question. I think every year, as the product mix shifts, there is a little bit of shift in the EBITDA margin percentage. I think one would, to get a steady view of the business, one should take an average of a few years rather than a specific year. We are hopeful that if you would take the last few years as an average, we should be able to replicate that margin performance.
And what has been the product mix so far and going forward?
I think the product mix has been 60 to 70% aerospace and defense, around 15 to 20% automotive, and 10 to 15% activewear. In the midterm, at least, I do not see that shifting too much, unless something dramatic happens. So I think one could expect that margin profile should reflect what's been going on for the last few years.
Also, how do you see this concentration risk in your business? Because around top 10 of your clients contribute most of the revenue of about 60%. How will you diversify this and going forward?
That's a great question. I think the customer concentration risk, while on paper it looks like that, I think you have to understand that even within a customer, we are doing, for example, the Indian military, we do multiple products. So we have a cross-product diversification that allows us to mitigate the risk of one thing or the other going up or down, right? But in the mid to long term, we do intend to diversify further, right? At any point in time, Kusumgar is developing new products, new solutions, both for Indian customers and exports. So there'll be a natural diversification, both of products and geographies, that should take care of this particular thing.
All right, so that was the management of Kusumga, the recent listing. The stock now up around 46%, 10% of an uptick post-listing is what we've seen in this one. Of course, there was a lot of investor interest. But, let's start taking all your stock-related questions. Of course, markets, like I said, have been holding up. The broad end of spectrum is also looking positive. The Nifty 50 is up by about 0.6 odd percent. The mid-cap 150 and the small-cap 250 also quickly, if we can try to pull those up. The mid-cap 150 up by about 0.6 odd percent and the small-cap 250 up by about 1% at the day's high point. So let's also get in our guest for the day who will answer all your stock-related questions. We are now joined by Vaishali Parekh, Vice President, Technical Research at Prabhudas Lilladher Capital, and Gaurang Shah, Senior Vice President, Geojit Financial Services, joining us now. Welcome to both of you and a very good morning to the both of you. I'll take the first question, which is coming in from Jayesh, who's writing us from Mumbai, asking about ITC. From a long-term perspective, he wants to know whether the current market price is an attractive one. He already has around 3,000 shares that he's bought at the levels of 330. Gaurang, would you recommend that, averaging out at the current levels?
Hi, thank you so much, Mahima, for having me on your show. Good morning to all your viewers, to my good friend Vaishali, and to you as well. 3,000 shares as the 330 plus, if I heard that right, and current levels of 277. So firstly, as a standard disclosure, that all recommendations that I'll be sharing with you on your show this morning, Mahima, they are part of our fundamental research team recommendation from a long-term point of view. Our company, Geojit, or myself, we do not have any kind of personal investments, no financial interest, no conflict of interest, but we share similar investment ideas with our clients. They might have their investment interest. So prudent to know. This advice is subject to this gentleman or investor not overexposing himself with other stocks that he's got in your portfolio. I'm assuming that. So first of all, we have a positive coverage on ITC. We have a buy recommendation. At current levels, somewhere close to about 270, 280. Since he got in at elevated levels, Mahima, it would be prudent to average in case if he wants a profitable exit. It will be a challenging time given the kind of headwinds for the core business of tobacco products and cigarettes facing headwinds because of the price hike. But at the same time, other business verticals have started to contribute. And I guess as we go into the future earnings, they will contribute even better and thereby improving the bottom line. So first of all, hold on to it. If you want to average at current levels, maybe you can average a small percentage, 25, 30% of the earlier quantity that you are holding. And if you get a dip below, say about 270 or 265, you can further average as well. But hold and add would be the strategy, as I mentioned.
Query is coming in from Bipin from Bangalore, and it's on Sirma SGS. He has around 10,000 shares bought at a price of 242. Should he continue to hold or exit? Vaishali, any view on this?
Hi, very good morning, Mahima, Gaurang, and yourself. I think Sirma has been one of the stocks which has been doing very well. So according to me, the trend is very good, and continue holding because the way I'm looking at the price projections, this can go towards 1,500 and plus. So that would be my view, and 1,350 would be the support. So stay accordingly.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is on Rainbow Children Hospital. Nalamuthu from Chennai is holding 64 shares. What are the levels of 950? Since the IPO is what he's saying, he wants to hold this for the next 3 odd years. What would you recommend, Gaurang? A good hold or anything in the hospital space that you like?
So, Mahima, again, we had a subscribe recommendation to the IPO. When it hit the street, and I think post that the stock has performed quite well. The IPO, Mahima, was somewhere close to about 516 to 542. And if he got in at IPO levels, I'm assuming it is 542. He's already deep in the money. He's got 3 more years to give in terms of investment. And this particular hospital specializes into child and children related treatment, and they are planning to expand to other geographies as well. We do like the healthcare sector. Current coverage, Mahima, includes Apollo Hospital, Fortis Healthcare, Narayan Rudalya, and Max Healthcare. But like I mentioned, we had a subscribe for the IPO, and since he's a long-term investor, he can continue to hold on. I'm keeping the IPO note as a base of my recommendation.
The next query is coming in from Devi from Coimbatore. He's planning to buy call options in solar industries. Any view on this, Vaishali?
I don't do options, but I can definitely give the levels. So As far as solar industries is concerned, I would say keep a stop loss of 17,800 and look for a near-term target of 19,300. So plan your option accordingly.
The next one that we have is coming in from Sunny, who's writing us from Karnataka, asking about Sambhav Steel. He's got around 300 odd shares at the levels of 111. Wants a long to medium term view on this one. It's a fairly recent listing. Any view on this, Gaurang?
Unfortunately, we did not have a coverage on the IPO, Mahima, and no standalone coverage as well. And one clarification for the earlier question on Rainbow, we do have a fundamental coverage currently. We had come out some time back. So you can continue to hold on with a target price of 1680. This is an approximate target price on Rainbow. On this one, no comments.
Vaishali, by any chance, enough data on the charts to give a view?
Sorry, no view on this.
All right. Okay. The next one then that we have is from Murli, who is writing about IDBI. He's got around 100 shares that he bought at the levels of 57. For the next 1 year, he wants to know the target price. Of course, we have been hearing about the divestment. But Gaurang, any view on IDBI Bank? Because he's sitting on significant profits. What should he do?
You know, Mahima, this is something like an NSE IPO, which all of us have been waiting. And if I'm not mistaken, and if my memory serves me right, it was the late Finance Minister, Mr. Arun Jaitley, who made a statement in the Parliament during the budget session that the government is planning to hive off the stake in IDBI Bank. From that day onwards, till date, years have gone by, but nothing has materialized. No specific comments on IDBI Bank. And more importantly, Mahima, this particular banking stock moves on divestment news, less on the earnings front. So my sense is that there are better banks to get invested. If you're looking at smaller banks as an alternative investment idea, I'm not recommending a sell or a hold or a buy on IDBI Bank since we don't have a coverage. But Federal Bank and City Union banks are better placed.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is coming in. And by the way, before I take the next questions, for viewers who are tuning in, you can also give us a call on the number that's flashing on your screen up there. Call us, ask your queries live. The next one that we have is on Balakrishna Industries. This is from Harsha, who's writing us from Vijayawada. He's bought around 33 shares at the levels of 2,400. From a short-term perspective, Vaishali, continue to hold or sell?
Well, so nothing is happening actually in tire stocks right now. So shorter term perspective, I would say just keep a stop loss of 2140. And if we see some bounce coming in, this can perhaps go towards 2300. That would be the range.
Okay. The next query is coming in from Pakshal Jain from Jodhpur. It's on JSW Energy. He has around 50 shares, bought at a price of 638. Gaurang, what is the long-term view on JSW Energy, and if negative, should he switch to some other power counter?
Well, absolutely not, Sumit. Good morning to you as well. The entire power sector looks quite promising to us, and we've been maintaining a positive stance on the entire power sector, be it power generation, power transmission, or modernized power equipment manufacturing companies. As a disclosure, again, we do have a positive coverage. I heard you saying he got in at 600 plus levels. I hope I heard it right. Current levels at about 550 or 555. In case if he's got investable amount, he can definitely add to the stock. The amount of new power generating capacity that is going to come up is not only going to benefit power generation companies, but it's also going to benefit power transmission and power equipment companies. Continue to hold JSW Energy, and if you have investable amount, you can add as well.
Okay, it's time for a rapid fire round now. Gaurang and Vaishali, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one that we have is on Cupid. Sushira from Belri is holding since the levels of 136. 1,577 shares is what she's holding. Should she continue to hold, and what should be the targets? Vaishali?
Continue holding for a target of 250.
The next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on Carborundum Universal. Thomas from Cochin has few shares, 100 shares, bought at a price of 1,180. Should he sell, hold, or buy more?
Well, our targets were in place. We had a positive coverage. Currently, since our targets were in place, we have not initiated any coverage. You can possibly shift to banking stock.
Okay, the next one that we have is on BSE, 180 shares, bought at the levels of 3914. Vijay from Dubai wants to know whether from a long-term perspective, should he continue to hold? Gaurang?
Everything in the capital market related looks quite well. This is a platform provider company for equity segment. Very strong and quite a lot of positive tailwinds in terms of future growth for the Indian capital markets. No specific comments made.
Okay, the next query is for you, Vaishali. It's on Workhard. Narasimha Murthy from Pondicherry has few shares, bought at a price of 2,025. He wants the outlook for the next 3 months. Can the share price go up to 2,400 or 500?
There is a new round of momentum, so very likely.
Okay, the next one is on Thomas Cook. 4,000 shares bought at the levels of 93. Ratkim from Assam wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one or not. Vaishali, anything on the charts?
Hold with a stop loss of 95 for a target of 120.
The next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on Federal Bank. Murli from Hyderabad has around 100 shares, bought at a price of 117. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter for the next 2 years.
Hold and add. In fact, I would give a recommendation from a long-term point of view on Federal Bank. We have a positive coverage.
All right. The next one is on KC International. Saurabh Shah from Mumbai is holding 700 shares, bought at the levels of 497. Continue to hold, sell. Vaishali, medium-term targets on this one?
KC is sideways, so I think continue holding 480 stop loss and look for a target of 560 to start with.
The next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on Indian Hotels. Anil from Mumbai has around 1,200 shares, bought at a price of 740 rupees. Should he hold or sell?
Hold and accumulate. I would give a positive coverage on. We have a positive coverage on this one, and we expect the hospitality sector to perform well in future.
The next one is on Afcons Infra. Rohan from Kolkata is holding 32 shares since the IPO price. A medium-term target on this one. Vaishali?
Nothing much happening. So 280 stop loss and 350 target.
The next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on Tata Motors PV. Avran from Kashmir wants to buy. Should he buy at current market price for long term?
For long term, definitely yes, but don't put all your money at one time. Start at current levels and add on dips.
Okay, the next one is on Anant Raj. A technical view on this one. Vaishali, this is from our viewer Jay, who's writing us from Coimbatore. Vaishali, on the charts for Anant Raj.
Continue holding, target 650.
Next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on CRISIL. Prati from Raipur wants to know the opportunities on this counter. Should she buy this?
If she is not bought it, then my sense is that there are better sectors to look at. For example, banking and defense look quite attractive. No specific comments on CRISIL.
Okay, the next one is from Gautam, who's writing us from US, asking about IndusInd Bank. He wants to know the technical view on this one. Vaishali, should he continue to hold? His buying price is 1030.
I think continue holding. Look for a target of 1050.
The next query is for you, Vaishali. It's on Kirloskar Brothers. Bharat from Andhra Pradesh is holding 300 shares, bought at a price of 2,180. Any target or stop loss that you could suggest on this counter?
Continue holding. 1850 is a support, likely to go to 2050, 2200.
MTAR Tech for the next 6 months. Vaishali, how is it looking on the charts? Our viewer Jayakrishnan from Kerala has bought it at the levels of 7,700. So elevated price, but what would you recommend?
So right now it is in a retracement zone. 6,000 should be taken as final support, and in all likelihood it can bounce from there.
Alright, that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back with answering more queries on the other side. So do stay tuned.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free Demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार। प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक। An initiative by Gautam Adani.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. For viewers, a gentle reminder, you can either give us a call or send us your queries on the WhatsApp numbers that are flashing on your screen up there. We've got Sandeep Patil who has done that and asked his query on WhatsApp on Tata Motors PV. He's bought it at the levels of 360.6 and he's got around 4,500 odd shares. He wants to know whether to continue to hold or sell. Gaurang, this question is for you. He's sitting on a huge loss, of course. What would you recommend?
Well, long term, it does not matter, Mahima, whether you run into a loss, because short term hurdles will definitely be there. But if the fundamental company is strong, I think you should definitely hold on to it. Point number one. Point number two, if you got an at an elevated level, and if you're getting the stock at 5 or 10% below the earlier acquisition price, and if you have investable amount, I think you should have further more confidence and commitment to add to it. So hold on and add would be the strategy.
The next query is from Vedant, and he's saying that he has Kalyan Jewellers shares 117, bought at a price of 374. Should he continue to hold this? Vaishali, any view?
If it's for a short-term perspective, book partial profit.
Next one that we have is from Kanchan, who's writing us from Pune. She wants to know about infrastructure stocks, Gaurang. She's saying as to what should be the outlook for the next 2 to 3 years for counters like Ircon, Afcons Infra, or something like an NCC. Anything that you're liking in the space?
So, Mahima, we do have a positive coverage on NCC. Other than that, HG Infra and Engineering is something that we have a positive coverage. And the entire infrastructure sector looks quite well poised in terms of the order book coming in from the government, from state level, from center. And of course, execution should pick up space is what we believe. So hold on NCC and HG Infra in case if you have. And one more company we have positive coverage is L&T Finance, L&T Limited, which has got a diversified business portfolio.
Our first caller query coming in from Hyderabad. Jitendra, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Yeah, happy morning to all. I'm Jitendra from Hyderabad. Holding 1,000 shares, Application Solutions at 305.
Okay.
So I don't know what is happening in this company. For short term, should I hold or exit, or else will it be a good bet for me?
Okay. Any view on this, Vaishali, for short-term office space?
So I would say actually the stock has really been doing nothing, long consolidation after a good corrective move. So now that you've held on and making a loss, keep a stop loss of 280. Maybe in all likelihood, it can just give a bounce up to 330, 340. That would be the level to watch to exit.
Right, okay. The next one that we have is on Indian Bank. Anil Kulkarni from Mumbai has bought around 1,723 odd shares at the levels of 835. He wants to know whether he can continue to hold this one. Gaurang, any view from a long-term perspective for Indian Bank?
Fantastic set of numbers, Mahima, as far as this mid-cap private sector bank is concerned. We had a coverage currently, I believe it is under review. So since it is under review, I won't be in a position to give a buy, sell and hold. But the future looks quite strong and bright for Indian Bank. And my personal belief, Mahima, is that this mid-cap can turn into a large cap over the next couple of quarters and months and years.
Okay. Siva from Vijayawada wants to know whether is it a good time to buy either Coforge, sorry, not either, it's Coforge and Persistent. Any view on any of these counters, Gaurang?
So long-term mid-cap IT, Somit, I believe, have been doing well. And in terms of earning also, there have been quite decent earnings compared to the other large cap names. On both of them, from a long-term point of view, we have a positive coverage. So if you hold or if you're willing to buy, if you're wanting to buy it, invest in it from a long-term point of view, you can buy both or choose either of them.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in, and this is on two counters that our viewer wants to know about, either Syngene International or EPAC Prefab. Which one is a better bet right now from a slightly long-term perspective? Any of this that you're tracking, Gaurang, and any view?
Unfortunately, we don't have coverage on either of them, Mahima, so I would give it a pass.
Vaishali, any view on any of these where charts are looking attractive, Syngene International or EPAC Prefab?
So, as a disclaimer, we have been recommending EPAC and it's already got in a trend. So, I would say accumulate with 240 as support levels and look for a target of 330, 340.
Okay, all right. We've got Shankar who's calling us from Chennai. Shankar, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Very good morning. I bought 2,000 shares of Suzlon Energy last month for the rate of 58 rupees. I'm ready to wait coming 6 months. What's the target medium-term outlook?
Sorry, can you repeat the stock name for me, Shankar?
Suzlon Energy.
Suzlon Energy, okay. And you want to wait for the next 6 months? Then I'll take this up with Vaishali. Vaishali, his buying price is 58. The stock is currently trading at 53. What would you recommend him? Continue to hold?
So I think actually 50 is the support level and it can go towards 57, 58. That would be the level to watch.
All right, okay. The next one then that we have is coming in on Nalco. This is from E. Venkatramanan, who's writing us from Bengaluru. He's got around 100 shares, bought at the levels of, okay, he's not mentioned the price, but he says he's got 100 shares of Nalco and 50 shares of Hindalco and wants to know that from a 2-year time frame, can he continue to hold this one? Gaurang, metals are back in action, but do you think from a 2-year perspective he can hold both of these? Because he's saying that he's already sitting on significant profits.
Well, if you have time by your side, you should definitely hold on. But one thing is there, Mahima, the way investing is an art in stock market, booking profit is also an art in the stock market. So whenever you're getting the kind of profits you had possibly figured out or anticipated, it is always advisable to book accordingly. But from a long-term point of view, we have a positive coverage on both Nalco as well as Hindalco. And the ferrous, non-ferrous segment, entire metal universe, ferrous, non-ferrous, our sense is that aluminium, copper and zinc should give a better performance compared to the other metal commodities.
All right, okay. So that's the view of Gaurang on metals. And as he rightly pointed out, it's also about art of profit booking. But we've got Srinivasan who's calling us from Hyderabad. Srinivasan, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Yeah, my query is actually I was having TD Power System 1,000 shares at 1185.
Okay.
Just I would like to know what is their short-term target. Can I exit or can I hold it?
All right, got your question. Vaishali, what are you seeing on the charts for TD Power? Continue to hold?
I would say so because I think the way it has performed, it is likely to perform even better and it can go for 1,400, 1,500 targets.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is from Ashok Pai, who's writing us from Mangalore. He's asking about IKS and he wants to make an entry at the current market price and wants to know if it makes sense. Gaurang, any view on this?
I'm sorry, Mahima, I'll give it a pass.
Vaishali, any view on the charts, enough data to provide any view?
Yes, so statically it's doing very well, and when I'm looking at a longer term period also, I think it's still in an upward trend. Very likely this can go towards 2200 levels. That was the previous high, so it can retest those levels.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is on Shakti pumps. Our viewer wants to know whether it makes sense to make an entry right now from a 1 year perspective. Gaurang, anything on Shakti pumps that you've got?
1,000+ levels and then a downfall and then a positive tailwind in terms of the government policy. Har ghal mein nal or har nal se jal. And of course, water has been a big issue, but this stock has been a little bit erratic, honestly. We don't track it, so no specific comments. You need to be a little bit cautious.
Right. The next one that we have is on Biocon. Himanshu wants to know as to whether he can continue to hold this one or should he exit, and if yes, at what price? Vaishali, after the Maran exit yesterday, there are a lot of mutual funds that have gotten into this counter. Would you recommend him to continue to hold or sell, because he's not mentioned his buying price or quantity?
Well, I would say this stock has been quite a laggard, but now with yesterday's news, this has sustained above 435, 440 levels. So if it continues to do so, then I think next trading target would come to around 470 levels. So in my opinion, one should continue holding. 470 would be the technical target, and then we can have a relook.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in, and this is on Hitachi Energy. Jeet from Kolkata wants a particular view on this one. Vaishali, what is it that you're seeing on the charts for Hitachi Energy? It's up 3% at the day's high point almost today. Should you continue to hold from short-term perspective?
So short-term perspective, of course, it has been in a consolidation. We saw good profit booking and then some consolidation. So keep a range. 32,000 for a short-term perspective should be the near-term stop loss, and 35,000 would be the target to look for.
Right, okay, the next one that we have is coming in on Geo Finance. Rajesh from Bengaluru is holding 700 shares, bought the levels of 336. He wants a 3-year view on this one, whether he can continue to hold, maybe average at the current levels. What would you recommend, Gaurang?
Allow me 30 seconds more, Mahima. Geo Finance, we do have positive coverage. Every time the stock has gone to 300, 325 or 350 plus, there has been profit booking and the stock kind of corrects. And there has been a large accumulation that happens in terms of delivery-based buying at levels of 220 and 230. Since you got in at 300 plus, I think first of all, prudent to have a little bit of more confidence and add at current levels to bring down your cost of investment. Don't go all out in terms of averaging. Maybe you can average some percentage of whatever you hold, and maybe closer to about 220 and 225. You can definitely put in a little bit more courage and average a bit more, but hold and average with the strategy.
Next query is from Sampath from Andhra Pradesh. He has bought 70 shares of PNB at a price of 208 for long term. Gaurang, should he continue to hold this counter?
Well, definitely hold on. Since he got in at 208, you're 50% down, Sumit, in terms of your capital investment, first of all. So you need to bring down your cost of investment. And to do that, you need to have investable amount to add to PNB at current levels. We do have a positive coverage on Punjab National Bank, now known as PNB, from a long-term point of view. Prudent to average in case if you want profitable exit. And that averaging should be quite a bit of substantial quantity since your capital is down almost 50%.
All right, okay. The next one that we have is on Ather Energy. Amitabh is holding 5,000 shares at the price of 380, and he wants to sell partially. 2,000 shares is what he's looking to sell. Is this the right time to book those partial profits? Vaishali, what would you recommend?
No, I'm booking partial profit because it's already shown a good run up. So yes, prudent to book partial profit.
Yeah, because he's sitting on a significant amount of profits for sure. So kudos to that, Amitabh. The next one that we have is coming in on Infosys. Jatin from Chandigarh wants a view on this one. He's got around 100 shares at the levels of 1239. Should he continue to hold? Vaishali, what's the view like?
Take it purely as a trading strategy. Keep 1,000 levels as your stop loss. And I think the stock can go towards 1,200 to 1,300 levels.
The next query is coming in from Ghaziabad. PG Sharma ji, आप आपका query पूछ सकते हैं.
जी, thank you sir, thank you.
शर्मा जी बोलिए, क्या हुआ?
Sir, I am holding Tata Motor passenger vehicle from 1 year, sir.
Okay.
At
394 ये मेरे को डीमर्ज होके मिला था, लेकिन मैंने पैसेंजर व्हीकल को रख लिया और उसको कॉमर्शियल को बेच दिया, तो वो तो बहुत अप हो गया और ये गिरता ही जा रहा है।
ठीक है, आप लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए होल्ड कर सकते हैं इसको?
सर मैं 1 साल से तो होल्ड करे हुए हूँ।
अच्छा, और
कितने दिन मैं होल्ड करूं जिससे मेरे रेट निकल आए? बीच में आया था ये अभी 400, तो मैंने बेचा नहीं, मैंने कभी कुछ कमा के बेचे इसको, या 400 तक आता है फिर लौट जाता है।
अच्छा ठीक है, तो मैं टेक्निकल व्यू ले लेता हूँ इस पे वैशाली जी से। वैशाली, एनी व्यू ऑन टाटा मोटर्स पैसेंजर व्हीकल? डू यू सी द स्टॉक टर्निंग बैक टू अराउंड द 400 levels?
So I would say the stock has once again come back to its previous low, and this should act as a good support level. I think not in a hurry, don't exit right now. This can move towards 380 to 400 to start with.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in on Vikram Solar. This is from our viewer who is holding 189 shares, bought at the levels, sorry, that's the price I believe. 189 is the price and 4,000 is the quantity. And our viewer wants to know whether he can continue to hold this and the long-term view. Gaurang, Vikram Solar, anything you've got?
Well, the stock is well below its IPO price. Correct me if I'm wrong. IPO was at about 315, 332, if I'm not mistaken. And this IPO was in August of 2025. That was last year. We did give a subscribe, Mahima, as a disclosure for the IPO. I don't know if there is any corporate development, but I don't think so. In a short span of time, there would be any kind of bonus or split that has happened. I'm assuming this. Since he got in at higher level, prudent to possibly average at current levels to bring down the cost of acquisition and hold on to it from a longer term time frame. I think the entire sector looks quite promising, subject to, of course, you having a 1.5, 2 year plus kind of time horizon.
Okay, the next one that we have is coming in, and this is from Murli, who's writing us from Hyderabad, asking about J&K Bank. He's got around 50 shares at the levels of 136. A slightly long-term view on the charts. Vaishali, what would you recommend him?
So I would say this too is doing very well, and it is in a good strong uptrend. Look for a target of around 230, 240. That would be the level to watch to probably book profit.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in on MV Photovoltaic. Vasudev from Bengaluru says that he's bought 235 shares at the levels of 336. What should he do next? Gaurang, any view?
Sorry, no coverage, Mahima. I'll give it a pass.
Vaishali, enough data on the charts to give a perspective?
Well, I don't track this stock, sorry.
No worries. Okay, all right. We'll get your query answered in the afternoon show. The next one that we have is from Vasudev, who's writing us, and in fact, he's got a question, but he's mentioned the buying price, but not the stock. So I think I'll get back on this one. Tata Power is the other one where Shruti is writing in and asking about the quantity. The quantity that she's bought is around 2,700. The average price at which she's bought is 378, and wants to know, Gaurang, whether she can continue to hold Tata Power from a slightly long-term perspective. What would you recommend?
Definitely hold, Mahima, and this is one of the better placed companies in the entire power generation and renewable power, because they have forayed into solar in a very big way, and all those newer forays in terms of solar energy is going to add to the balance sheet to a great extent. And of course, they are into charging stations, etc., etc. Have a positive coverage, hold, and add on dips would be the strategy.
Next query is on Reliance Industries. Soumyadeep from Kolkata is holding 100 shares, bought at a price of 1,291 rupees. Should he continue to hold or sell from short-term perspective? Vaishali, any view on Reliance Industries?
Well, short-term perspective, continue to have a range of 1250 as support and 1320 is the resistance. Only unless and until it's moved beyond to 1320 can you expect a target of 1350.
All right. The next one that we have is from Abhijit, who's writing us from Patna, asking about SpiceJet. He's got around 1492 shares at the levels of 23. He says that he can hold this for the next 1 to 3 years. Is that a good thing to do, Gaurang? What would you recommend?
I wish things do change, Mahima, not only for flyers like all of us, but also for investors as far as the aviation industry is concerned. And unfortunately, Mahima, aviation industry has seen a lot of downfalls and failures. And we've gotten at 22, the stock is trading at 50% of your capital amount. I think alarm bells should have rung long time back. No specific comments because we don't cover companies. And there's some ongoing case also, which I believe SpiceJet has to pay some amount to some entity. We like Interglobe Aviation, Indigo in this sector. No comments on SpiceJet.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is coming in on PC Jewelers. Our viewer is saying that he's bought it at the levels of 15 rupees, 1,000 shares is what he's been holding, and wants to know whether to continue to hold or exit. Vaishali, what would you recommend on the chart? Because it's come down to 10 rupees.
Well, so same way, it has not been doing well, but today's candle shows a lot of strength. So this strength has to sustain. So I would say now keep a stop loss of 9.5 and look for a target of 12 to 30.
Okay, the next query is from Divya from Abu Dhabi. She wants to know whether is it a right time to enter Bank of Maharashtra from short-term perspective, say for the next 3 months. Vaishali, any view on this?
Well, Bank of Maharashtra, let me just see.
Is up 1.9% today, Vaishali.
It's currently at 80 rupees. I would say, well, it's not showing any clarity. It can consolidate, but I would say I prefer frontline for now.
Next one that we have is from Prasad, who's writing us from Chennai, asking about shipbuilding space. He's saying that is Mazagon Dock, Garden Reach, any of these viable to enter right now from a long-term perspective? Gaurang, what would you say? If yes, is this the right price?
So I think today, I think last evening or this morning, Mahima, we had some news flow as far as the Indian Navy and the Defense Ministry's possibility of orders. All are great companies, whether it is Mazagon Dock, Cochin Shipyard or Garden Reach. On Mazagon Dock, as a disclosure, we do have a positive coverage. So yes, you can definitely look at Mazagon Docks, but all of them, all three are great companies.
Shrikant from Hyderabad is holding Niva Bupa shares. 200, bought at a price of 74 since the IPO. What is the price prediction for short term? Vaishali, any view on Niva Bupa Healthcare?
Well, short-term view would be, say, keep a range of 85 to 90 for now. Nothing much.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is coming in on Markson's Pharma. Gaurav Baheti from Hyderabad has bought it at the levels of 270. 185 shares is what he's holding. His holding period is 2 years so far. He wants to know whether he can sell it in the next coming week. Vaishali, do you think that should be the right strategy? Probably he wants some money in his hands. Would you recommend a sell in the next week?
So I would say it has got momentum today itself. So maybe my trading target could be around 285 to 290 levels. So, well, short term, that would be the view.
All right, it's time for a rapid fire round now. Vaishali and Gaurav, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is from Sunil Kumar, who's asking about Shriram Finance. He's holding around 9,400 shares, bought at the levels of 679. Should he add more at the current levels? He's sitting on significant profits. Gaurang, what would you recommend?
Well, definitely positive. We have a coverage. Hold and add would be the strategy from a long-term point of view.
Next query is for you, Vaishali. It's on HDFC Bank. Anba from Chennai wants to know whether should he accumulate HDFC Bank for the next 6 months.
Yes, look for a target of 880 to 900 for 6 months.
Okay, the next one that we have is on IRDA. Our viewer Sampath Kumar has bought it from a long-term perspective. Should he continue to hold this one, Gaurang?
I'll give it a pass. No coverage, Mahima.
Okay. Next query is for you, Vaishali. It's on Polymed. Ranjit from Chennai is holding 19 shares, bought at a price of 2,059 rupees. Currently sitting on a loss. Should he hold or exit?
Add more.
Okay, the next one is on United Breweries. Siva from Vijayawada is holding 100 shares, bought at the levels of 1640. He's sitting on a loss. He wants to know whether to continue to hold. Vaishali, on the charts?
Hold and keep a stop loss of 30.
Next query is for you, Vaishali. It's on CDSL. Naveen from Bangalore is holding few shares, bought at a price of 1,435. Any short-term target on this?
As a disclaimer, this is our recommendation. Now that he's bought here, 1,400 should be the stop loss. Look for a target of 1,520.
Okay, the next one is on Just Dial. Our viewer has bought 100 shares at the levels of 790. Baji from Chennai wants to know whether they can continue to hold this one. Gaurang, any view?
No coverage. Stock has rallied almost about 35% plus. Be cautious.
Next query is for you, Vaishali. It's on Dishman Carbogen. Rahul from Tamil Nadu wants to know the next 6 months view on this counter.
Well, it is just in a sideways move, but all likelihood this can do well. 6 months horizon, I would look at a target of 240 to 250.
Okay, the next one is on Kirloskar Brothers. Dr. Lavanya from Eluru has bought 300 shares at the levels of 2180. What is the target and stop loss for this one, Vaishali?
1850 support, 2050, 2200 target.
The next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on IndusInd Bank. Gautam from USA has around 500 shares, bought at a price of 1030. Should he hold or sell? Any view for the next 12 to 18 months?
12 to 18 months, first of all, hold on. If you have investable amount, somewhere sub about 950, below 950, you can add an average.
Okay, the next one is on data patterns. Puneet is holding 25 shares at the levels of 4150. He wants to know whether you can continue to hold this one. Technical view on this, Vaishali?
Technical 4000 is the make or break level, so hold with that stop loss.
Next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on BSC. Vijay from Dubai is holding 180 shares, bought at a price of 3,914. Should he continue to hold or exit?
Positive on the sector, Somit. BSC happens to be a strong player. Positive tailwind in terms of NSE IPO, and of course, likely possibility of Indian capital markets performing well over the next 3 to 5 years.
Okay, CG Power, is this the right time to enter from a one-year perspective? Vaishali on the chart. Sudhir from Bengaluru wants to know.
I would say accumulate with support of 850.
The next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on L&T. Vivek from Himachal wants to buy this counter at current price. Should he do that?
Please buy and preferably do an SIP every month, whatever investable amount you have. We are positive on L&T from a long-term point of view.
Okay, Bank of Maharashtra, fundamental view. We took a technical view on this one, but Gaurang, from a fundamental view, should our viewer continue to hold? He's holding around 53 shares.
Well, I don't know what rate this gentleman has bought it.
Yeah,
point number
he's
one.
not
Point number two, no coverage. Prefer Federal Bank and City Union Bank.
Next query is for you, Gaurang. It's on Kalyan Jewellers. Bindu from Hyderabad wants to know whether should she buy from long-term perspective.
Well, the stock has rallied almost about 40% or more. Correct me if I'm wrong, Somit. We prefer Titan company in this segment.
Bharti Airtel, what's the outlook like on the charts? Our viewers bought it at the levels of 1847. Vaishali, hold, buy on dips, reduce. Piyush wants to know.
Well, it is in a trend. It needs to cross 1970 and look for 1980 as a trading target.
Alright, that brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Vaishali and Gaurang, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer almost 70 queries in this edition of Fast Profit itself. We'll try to hit that 100 mark in the afternoon edition. But with that, viewers, completely out of time on this edition of Fast Profit. But do stay tuned in because KYC comes up next.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free Demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार। प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक। An initiative by Gautam Adani.
That are propelling India to what we call the Viksit Bharat stage. Those are demographics, democracy and digitization. These three things are instruments.
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit, and it's a very interesting show where I'm going to get you interesting companies and their stories. Also the stocks which have risen or they have fallen. We'll try to get the entire story for you. But without further ado, let's start the show. The company in focus is going to be there, but you're going to guess that. I'm going to give you a very easy guess. I'm sure you must be understanding by now. This is an NBFC from Muthoot Papachan Group. Of course, it's not Muthoot Finance. The company has delivered a very strong Q1 operational update. Last week, we had seen a good momentum in the stock also. Today also, we are seeing a good momentum. And the stock is up 64% from March lows itself. And a very interesting take, the brand is endorsed by Shah Rukh Khan. It's pretty interesting, right? But let's try to understand which company I'm talking about. And the company in focus is Muthoot Microfin. This is the company which we'll be talking about, but why are we calling this company? Of course, the Q1 operational update is the most important thing. That's what we'll try to discuss. What are the trends looking like? And of course, in the month of July, we are at the mid levels. Has that trend improved? The Vision 2030, first time इन्होंने अपना capital investor day रखा, and they have given a long-term vision, and that shows more stability in this counter. GLG versus non-GLG accounts. What's the product mix change looking like? I'll explain you that in a while. Do not worry about it. NIM guidance for the short term. Is there a little bit of moderation to be there, or there is a cyclical play coming in? Also, we'll be asking the gold financing. This is a step towards more secured financing setup and the new industry trends to track. Where is the overall shift happening in terms of consumption trends? And to decode that, we'll have Sadaf Saeed. He's the CEO at Muthoot Microfin, where he'll talk about these important trends about the company and the industry as a whole. But come over, let's understand the company, what it's all about. Of course, this was featured in, we could say, in 1992, the company was formed. This is from Muthoot Papachan Group. This is the most important thing. Also, there are key segments. There is a small, a medium enterprise, there is LAP, which is nothing but loan against property, and also gold loan. So 3 segments they are working in. And of course, everyone's favorite movie star, Shah Rukh Khan, is the brand ambassador as well. They are trying to penetrate to other markets. They have almost 3.27 million borrowers, 1670 branches, and if you look at it, 16,000 employees. These are the numbers, but let's go more detailed. Recently, the cost of funds, they reduced by 75 basis points. For an NBFC, cost of funds is nothing but your raw material. Your raw material costs are coming down. Also, you should know what are the key numbers or the words to track. And if you do that, do take a screenshot, share it with your friends and understand if you are a budding analyst. GNPA is nothing but gross net performing assets. Lower it is, better it is. Also, the second one is NII, that is the net interest income. Higher, the better. That's how you analyze the NBFCs. The third important number is ROA, ROE. That's nothing but return on equity, return on assets. We'll try to understand that, and these are the full form for it. Higher, the better. and NIMS is of course the net interest margins. Very interesting take is the GLPG and non-GLPG. What does this mean? ये है क्या? GLG is nothing but joint liability group. That means it's an informal group of individuals, can be 4 to 10 of them. But there's of course the asset quality might be under question, and that's why the non-GLG segment comes in. That's where the focus is coming in, and that's where the movement is happening. So the non-GLG accounts means the book is more secured. This is a very important point. Do note it down. And these are the accounts, how things are looking like, and companies trying to focus to increase this as well. This augurs well because unka book secured ho jata hai. Also, let's move on and understand how the Q1 performance was. This is where you start looking at the numbers. The AUM went up 18% on a year-on-year basis. Secondly, I would like to point out the overall collection efficiency that went up, the disbursements, 50% almost growth coming in. So that is where the momentum is lying, and this is the numbers of efficiency which I'm talking about. The digital perspective is also very much important. This is the digital collections that has gone up to 40% from 23%. This is a mega trend, by the way. Do note it down. Why? Because the digitalization is happening in tier 3, tier 4 and even tier 5 categories. And how does the enterprise loan pan out when it comes to the states? Of course, the southern states, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, both of them are having the majority of it. If you just add this 37 and 50%, that's roughly 52% of the book coming in, and the other states it's equally divided, and that's what we try to understand. Let's move on and understand how the loan setup is there for the businesses. कौन-कौन से धंधे में कहाँ-कहाँ loan लगा है? Just to put that in simplified manner, services and agriculture we have manufacturing, and this is where the overall breakup it looks like. But yes, it is skewed towards the services portion and the agricultural animal husbandry. This is where these three segments are having the highest exposure. But let's move on and understand what else is there or the positive factors for the company. They have a strong parentage, always remember that, and a good analyst recommendations. 5 of them are tracking, all of them have a buy rating. Operational update was strong. Street is expecting the July-August numbers also might be on the better side. Positive industry views and data coming in for the NBFCs. We understood brokerages also turning bullish, and recently inka jo profile hai, there was a rating upgrade as well, and because of that the cost of funds are down, and it augurs well understanding the entire setup for the company. So these are the positive factors what may work for Muthoot Finance. And also the recent entry in gold financing, mind you, from first quarter these numbers have started coming in. This is where that secured lending portfolio comes in. So that is something to look out for. And I try to understand what's the other side of the coin. Right now the stocks have run up, so the valuations are not attractive at all if you want to take fresh positions. But apart from that, I haven't seen many big major points to discuss. So largely pros are officially outweighing the cons. But let's try to understand the KYC ratings, how things pan out. And of course, I have tweaked it. और जब भी आप NBFC companies को लाते हैं, then the rating agencies the rating parameters they change. Now we have the operational parameters where I have got the AUM loan book also. I've got asset quality, I've got return ratio. These are pretty different. And if you are a regular viewer of KYC, and you must be asking where is cash flow. Remember, when you're analyzing these companies, the parameters change. But what doesn't change? Shareholding, street cred. This remains as it is. Valuations, we'll try to understand how the history of valuation has panned out for this counter and the outlook as well, where I'll explain you the Vision 2030, which was there by Muthoot Microfin. But let's start with income statement and see what's the story looking like. Remember, the Q1 operational update also I have taken in for my analysis in this, and largely the top line growth has been pretty strong. The operational number also pretty much decent, 15% CAGR coming in the last 3 years. Let's pull up the Q4 numbers as well to show you how the numbers were. Net interest income and the net profit, that is where we are seeing a little bit of turnaround coming in. But remember, take things with a pinch of salt when you get at NBFCs. Lot of bottom line adjustments are there, so better to look at operational profit and the net interest income. But net, the margin profile also seems pretty decent, how things have moved on a financial year basis. So I'm going to give this a strong thumbs up when it comes to the income statement. Also, the next one is the operational parameters. This is cost of funds, NIMS, which I spoke about, and cost to income, how things are there. Largely, they have remained in a range bound here. Some parameters are good, some parameters are decent, some slightly weak. So, mila jula, operational numbers देखने मिल रहा है. AUM and disbursements is also very much important, and there has been an increase coming in from FY24 to FY26 for both of them. But is it very big? I don't think so. It's a decent growth coming in. It's largely with the industry or slightly plus minus here there. But net, I'm still going to give the operational parameters a neutral rating. So we spoke about the income statement, we spoke about the operational parameters. Let's go much more into detail. Asset quality कैसा है, return ratio कैसा है, and then we talk about the return ratio, the return on assets as we talk about it. There has been variations coming in, but it's again back. It's a good recovery coming in. It's around 1.3%. We try to understand what's the vision going ahead. Same thing happens for return on assets as well. So largely there is a recovery from the short-term levels, but will it go up going ahead or not? That's something we'll try to understand from the management. So right now, it is neutral when it comes to my analysis for the return ratios. Asset quality is very much important when you get a company like that, and the gross NPAs, if you talk about it, lower the better. And the action is definitely here. That's why it has come down, and this is where it shows a strength in my analysis for the asset quality. So because of that, and of course the net NPA is also coming down, I'm going to give the asset quality a strong thumbs up. Remember, the Q1 numbers also I have taken in my analysis. But let's understand shareholding, and largely we see there isn't much change happening. FIs, DIs, very much plus minus 1-2%, and promoters also around fixed at 55%. So let's move on fast and give a neutral rating right now. But let's try to understand the street cred, what has happened. If you're a long-term investor, I think the stock has tested your patience a lot, because for the last 5 years, the stock is down 10%. Kamai nahi hua. But if you're a medium-term investor, short-term investor, a momentum play investor, that is where you see a good returns coming in. From March lows, stock is up 64%. And even from the other criteria which I have got, a 35 to 44% healthy returns coming in the counter. So to negate the long-term loss, the short-term, medium-term has done well for the company. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating as well. Let's try to understand the valuations where the company stands. Currently, it's at 12-month forward price to book of 1.12 times. The peak is not that far. It's around 1.2x. And if you look at the average, that is at 0.9x. So largely valuations are not that attractive. The stock has run up a good multi-year breakout. Also, we are near those levels if you're tracking the technicals. But as of now, it's not attractive. So I've given this a thumbs down. But let's talk about Vision 2030. Let's talk about the outlook, what's happening here. The industry asset quality trend is stable right now in the short term. Up till the May data which I have seen, I can confirm that. And also they're targeting 30,000 crore AUM by the year FY30. Remember, the company has launched its Vision 2030. They aim for a 53.4% GLG and 46.6% non-GLG portfolio by Vision 2030. And I remember non-GLG means a better asset quality, because you can put a secured charge on an individual or their personal property. They're targeting a return on assets of over 5% in their Vision 2030. Currently it's around 3%. And also the ROE numbers also, they're looking at a higher space. So outlook is very strong. Street is rewarding the counter, and I'm also going to give this outlook a strong thumbs up. But let's try to understand and get you the entire KYC rating for Muthoot Microfinance. Where does the company actually stand? And we see largely the income statement, asset quality has done really well. Return ratios are still mixed. Operational parameters, same story repeats. And the same thing goes for the shareholding and street cred also. But one thing which I like is the outlook. But the stock has run up, so the valuations are not that attractive right now for fresh positions. So the total KYC rating is largely in line with our analysis. And the number is 5 out of 8 for Muthoot Microfinance. But the story still remains, what's the growth outlook going ahead, especially after a very strong Q1 earnings. And to decode that, we'll have the management with us. Sadaf Saeed will be joining us. He's the management of the company, and he's the CEO of Muthoot Microfinance. And a little bit tidbit about him: he has more than 25 years experience in the industry, 15 years with Muthoot Papachan Group, and also he has held leadership positions. And look at that: HDFC Bank, India Bulls, GE, Countrywide, Saturn, and Spanna Spurti as well. So very experienced across the industry. And Sadaf will be joining us in just a while. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार. प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक. An initiative by Gautam Adani.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I am looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only
Welcome back to Know Your Company, and now we are joined in by Sadaf Saeed. He's the CEO at Muthoot Microfin. Good afternoon, Sadaf. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit, and of course, congratulations on a strong Q1 numbers also coming in street rewarding. And recently you did a capital investor day. We'll get back to that, but first I want to understand the Q1 trends. What were the important factors for this up move which we saw in your overall operational numbers, and maybe give us a hint of what's happening in the month of July.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me here. I think your analysis was spot on. The quarter one has been really good for us, and this is a story of a long-term kind of a turnaround that we have been talking about in the microfinance industry. After the difficult financial year 25 and 24, I think 26 was a good year, and 27 has started a very, very strong year. And in the process, we have made certain transition. We are diversifying ourselves into a multi-product company, not focusing only on JLG, but also focusing on products which are suiting to our customer needs. So our goal has always been to understand the need of a household that we are catering to, and design products to suit their needs. So certain products that we have introduced, like individual loan, which is for entrepreneurs who have been with us for 3-4 years and more, and who have shown trends of progressing forward with their businesses. We are supporting them with individual loans. So these are loans within the range of 1 lakh to 5 lakh. And then we have loans, which is a loan against property, which is an MSME loan, which is slightly bigger enterprise, but they need loans from 5 lakh to 15 lakh on a secured format. So that is one thing that we have introduced. And also being from a Muthoot family, which is a long history of gold finance. So we have introduced these products. All of these combined today contribute around 24% of our asset under management. And largely, the asset quality improvement can be attributed to two parts. One is the diversification that we have done, the portfolio that we have built, individual loan, which is now around 3,200 crores, which is absolutely premium portfolio. There's no delinquency, near zero delinquency there. And we have disbursed more than 210,000 loans, and all of them are performing really, really well. We are disbursing only to clients which are having a credit score of 700 plus as per the credit bureau report. And then gold loans, we have done 200 crores, and we have done LAP loans, which is 75 crore. All of them are performing really well. And also,
Sadaf, I want to understand the Vision 2030. For the first time ever, there was this important day. I was checking the numbers, the slides were pretty big, but you had given us a very interesting perspective, not only on your company, but the industry growth. So I want to understand the Vision 2030 for the company right now.
Yeah, I think the vision kind of plays out in the way the economy is developing. If you look at our Indian economy, back in 2010, financial inclusion was needed in a way that we needed to open a bank account. At that time, out of the adult population, only 30% of the population had any sort of a bank account. But after the recent government has taken over, I think there were actions taken like Jandan account, which allowed accounts to be opened to every individual. So almost 90% of the adult population today has a bank account. So to an extent, financial inclusion from the perspective of reach has reached a good amount of numbers in terms of penetration. So the focus now shifts to meaningful financial inclusion. And that is what we are seeing as a demand from our customers. So their aspiration and their needs have also progressed.
Right. And Sadaf, just wanted to understand the GLG business and the non-GLG business, how your product mix is moving and why this is necessary. A little bit technical it gets for our audience. If you could just simplify it for us.
Yeah, so our aspirations are, as you have correctly pointed out, around 55% of JLG and around 45% of non-JLG business. I think non-JLG business, which we are building, is a business that we are building on the base of our microfinance customers who have progressed over the time. What we have done, we have studied around 3.2 million borrowers of ours, and we have seen that where they are borrowing from. And we have seen that almost 1.2 million customers are borrowing from retail lending space, which includes loan like business loan, personal loan, loans like gold loans, loan against property. So these are the products that we have catered into our basket. And now we are trying to offer these loans to our customers. So without over leveraging them, we are giving them better product, better services from the Muthoot fold itself. So that's the effort that is going to play out till 2030, and we're going to transition the customers who are borrowing from outside to come back and borrow from us and have a larger relationship beyond just a JLG relationship. So that is what is playing out. Our short-term target is we should be at 75-25, which we are very close. We will overachieve this target in this financial year. We will be somewhere close to 70-30, 70% JLG, 30% non-JLG by end of this financial year. The progress is really good, and quarter one has been great. We have almost disbursed 2,600 crores of loans, out of which around 1,300 has been non-JLG business. So a good amount of mix will be achieved, and this will give us stability in terms of earning. The volatility which is there in terms of microfinance because of seasonal fluctuations, that will be avoided by
Sadaf,
this.
Just wanted to understand the short-term NIM guidance. What kind of NIMs are we looking? Is there a moderation at play, or the story is different here?
No, our NIMs are expanding. Our cost of fund is reducing. If you see from the last financial year, the cost of fund reduced from 11.02 to 10.27%. And recently, we have also had a rating upgrade. We have been upgraded to AA-. So that will also reduce our borrowing cost. So we feel that our cost of fund will reduce by 25 bips. Plus, our yield is also expanding on the portfolio as the asset quality mix improves and we have a better asset quality. There are more yielding asset than the non-performing asset. So that will give us more yield on the portfolio. So we anticipate that by end of this year, this NIM will go to around 12.5 to 13%. And going forward in the long term, we anticipate around 13.5 to 14% NIM.
Fair enough. So NIM guidance is pretty strong coming in from Sadaf. But the gold financing business, of course, there is a strong parentage also. But now you're moving towards the secured financing setup. So how does this change in your product mix going ahead, say next 1 year, 2 year?
I think that is a very good question that you put. We are in a very strong position to offer this product to our customer because of the parentage, because gold finance needs a lot of understanding of the business and also investment in the infrastructure. So the way that we are offering gold loans to our customer is in the co-lending partnership with our parent company, Muthoot Fincorp, where we have 60% share and Fincorp has a 40% share. And Fincorp offers us the expertise of underwriting in terms of assessing the gold and also storage of the gold, while Muthoot Microfinance continues to source the business through its client and its wide network of branches. So it's a very strong relationship, and which is a unique kind of a proposition because not many of our competitors have an experience in gold and they have the infrastructure of gold. So this we feel that will really scale up fast. We are already disbursing around 100 crore per month in gold. We have a target of around disbursing 1,200 crore this financial year, and we'll be around 500 crores of AUM for gold by the end of the financial year. The only thing that gold runs off fast, but it adds to your ROA very healthily.
Sadaf, the last question, and this is something for an analyst or a student who is, looking at you for the first time. What are the new industry trends right now which have changed from the current or the future? What things will happen in your industry?
See, one thing which is very clearly changing is that microfinance, which was largely focused at the woman borrower, is now moving towards the household needs. And household needs may vary from just an unsecured loan to maybe a finance of a two-wheeler vehicle, maybe a business loan, or a finance of a consumer durable like a computer for the child who's studying, or positioning from just an inclusion space to meeting the needs of the borrower in a holistic way. And the more the people are able to offer multiple products to the customer and create a wallet share into the customer's wallet, I think the better they would be and the stronger would be the relationship. And also there is a digital wave which is happening. So customer is now having access to digital payments. So 40% of our collection is happening entirely digitally. Whole of the portfolio that we have built on non-JLG is entirely on a digital collection model. So all the installments are non JLG is entirely on a digital collection model. So all the installments are is changing and transforming into a formal financial setup.
Yeah. Sadaf, that's a very interesting take coming in the industry, and for a budding analyst, they should hear what you are saying. But before we favorite football teams also, I keep following you on Twitter. But if you had to say, who is expected to be the FIFA World Cup winner for you?
My favorite team is out. Yeah, France, I was supporting. Going to final, so hopefully England will lift the cup after 66.
All right, so the cup comes back home. Thanks a lot, Sadaf, for your views on the industry, football, and your company as well. It's a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit, and best of luck. So a pretty interesting conversation with Muthoot Microfinance. Investor Day, and Street is quite bullish going ahead as well. So for interesting stories like this, stay tuned to NDTV Profit and keep watching KYC.
presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Details apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds.
Before investing.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो
लांच की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार।
Open your free DMAT account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल an initiative by Gautam Adani.
Benchmarks hover close to today's highs with the Nifty inching towards 24,200 level. Sensex gains more than 400 points. PSU Bank, oil and gas lead the gains. IT and metals on reported a sharp earnings miss and flagged softer enterprise software spending, raising concerns ahead of the sector's earnings season. Oil prices extend their rally as President Donald Trump of the US threatened further strikes. Supply concerns firmly in focus for crude. Tata Elxsi remains under pressure after its June quarter results as brokerages flagged sharp business segments of the company. Ather Energy shares jumped up to be completed through a preferential issue within the next 15 days. Markets at 12. I'm Nisha Podar. Let's take you through the markets. And yes, Nifty 50 in the green. Touch and then finding it difficult to stay on to that position, but still maintaining the gain. Markets, and yes, that is also in line with the key indices with 0.5% gain on the mid-cap universe as well. When we talk about what are the sectoral, play that is really taking place, what's helping the overall market momentum and what's not? Well, it's IT, again, a problem sector. Once again, with global cues being weak from IBM's precautionary statement. beta metal sector, that is also a top dragger. But what we are talking about here is financial services, PSU banks, oil and gas. These are the sectors which are the top gainers. In fact, taking a look at Nifty Bank, that is the one which is taking the lead and the charge when it comes to the benchmark indices, really playing up today and performing. So if you take a look at the contribution chart coming in, the top performers are from the banking space. And you know that with the war worries, either the economy is looking good or is on the downward side. And that's where the play really comes in big banks, especially from the private sector. So HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank being the top gainers today. Along with that, Reliance Industries, their results come in on Friday this particular week, and middle of the week, that is really on the gaining streak. On the downside, from yesterday, but at the current moment not touching 24,200 levels or sustaining from yesterday, but at the current moment not touching 24,200 levels or sustaining at that when we talk about Nifty 50. Feroz Aziz, joint CEO of Anand Rathi Wealth Limited, joins in now. Feroz, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. Of course, it's not the day-to-day movement anymore about the market, but the long-term vision that you have said is on the bullish trend. Looking at the last week when we spoke to this week, any new factors that have really emerged which changes the themes or the investment strategy?
I think between last week and this, what has changed to my mind is the fact that the FIIs have been topsy-turvy in terms of they'd given a good 15 days of positive inflows for the second half of June. That kind of consistent trend doesn't seem to have emerged in the last 1 week. They've more sellers than buyers. They have been more seller than buyer. That's one. Second, what's heartening or what is giving me some degree of comfort is the fact that markets are, from a FII short standpoint in the index futures, is 91% short. Whenever markets are so heavily short in the cash market, FIIs have sold, and in the futures market, if FIIs have sold, automatically there is hardly any more selling from the big boy, which is FII expected to come. And domestic guys got another 29,000 crores in June. Of course, 32,000 crores of SIP number, which was predicted. Of course, it's a writing on the wall, and the projection for the year end, financial year end, is 36,000 crores. So SIP numbers came in. FIIs who were almost trending changed. A good part is they're also net short 91% in index future. That's why I last time told you markets are going to be resilient. Bad news coming from Trump Sahab will not get us come back to 23,000 so easily. And even if it went there, of course, anything can happen. But staying there will be difficult.
Right. So there is enough support levels really coming in, Feroz. But looking at the earnings season so far, and IT is something that has been a spot of worry and actually very volatile. And most of the experts I have spoken to in the market have now stated that since IT is going through a lot of understanding and turbulence, it is more of a trading play than an investment strategy. What's your view?
I have exactly the opposite view. It's surely not a trading play. Why is it not a trading play? Because it derives its betas not variable. And one result in the US of a company can move a stock by 24%. IBM fell about 20%, then rose again. The kind of volatility they throw up, you know what's the volatility of Dell stock, which has been there for decades? 112% is the standard deviation of that stock. So what I'm trying to tell you is Indian IT is not a trading play because it is deriving its volatility from the US IT. And US IT's volatility, if somebody put it on an Excel sheet, which most people don't do, but they have an opinion, unfortunately, you will be shocked. Dell is quoting at an implied wall of 112. January 5th will be shocked. Dell is quoting at an implied wall of 112. January 5th options. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Would I trade a standard deviation? Then it's okay. But if I'm buying and selling underlying stock, no. when the volatilities are high, you have to just go long or short gamma, depending on what your opinion on the volatility realized and implied are. So that's one. Second is, I think it's a still an investor's bet, because 2-3 adversities for IT have come together. The AI thing is one part of it. I don't think AI has created that kind of damage alone. There are other 2-3 factors which are hardly spoken about, unfortunately. The other factor is IT top 2, in Nifty, just about 6 months back, there were 2-3 companies in the IT space in the top 15. So when they share an index with MSCI, largely from the $2 trillion, which follows this index, MSCI Emerging Market Index, where every country has a standard index by MSCI. We have 164 stocks representative in the, may not be in a few days, but in a few months or years or quarters for sure.
All right, so positive view coming in on the IT sector. And Feroz, then which are the sectors where you see the valuations at current levels looking mouth-watering for a long-term investment?
Statement. Anytime a sector as large as 36% of Nifty, 36% of Nifty is banking and financial services. If that is quoting at 1.5, 2 sigma lower than PBs, it has quoted for the last 10 years. And last 10 years have not been astronomical valuations. Have compounded at 12.9. So people might say valuations is a concern. I don't know where they come up with this. The largest weight of Nifty is quoting at 2 sigma lower than the mean and median valuation. Probability to those numbers which are there in 2047. Banking has to be a huge lot of cleanup which has happened after COVID. We were one of the smartest countries where we didn't distribute cash to people. We distributed extra loans. So I personally think banking is mouth-watering. Sorry for the longish kind of an answer.
No, Feroz. So yes, banking, and whenever the FIIs really return, the first it's always a pleasure speaking to you right here on NDTV Profit. Thank you. All right, we have been speaking about the IT sector, and the first set of IT earnings has really largely met the lowered expectations. AI execution, deal momentum and demand trends really remain the key monitorable. And what is the larger overview? Jasmeet, our in-house expert of IT, gets us all the details in summation.
For the Indian IT, this has been a roller coaster year, and where Nifty IT is down about 20 to 25% on Y20 basis. Now, when we look at the earnings season, we're seeing a churn in the overall IT space, and the results. TCS, the numbers have come in line, where we also see a good deal momentum for the company, and also company was added recently by Kotak into the model portfolio as well, and since then we are seeing a good momentum in the stock as well. Now, Tech might cut its guidance, as Accenture has cut on the back of the slowdown, but HCL Tech has maintained its guidance, and also the over TCS and Infosys. Now, when we look at LTM, while LTM becomes the third company in the fourth company actually in the top 10 IT space, where Nifty IT space, where they have come out and declared the AI revenue of $150 million. When you compare LTM's revenue with TCS or HCL Tech, LTM's currently for the company. And in Q4, we had seen LTTS has moved on the company. And in Q4, we had seen LTTS had moved away from the low margin projects. And in this quarter, we are seeing a turn that last year on the valuation aspect, the current IT valuations are anywhere between 13 to 14 times, which are compared to Accenture or Cognizant international players, and they have been always slightly expensive. And yesterday we had also seen IBM report its overall earnings, which was a miss in terms of the estimates, but also seen IBM report its overall earnings, which was a miss in terms of the estimates, but the overall cross hit for Indian IT was negligible. and the consulting business for IBM has stayed resilient and has also grown in the Q2.
That's right, Jasmeet. That's an important point to make. And yes, thanks for summing up an exhaustive research. Now, Sandeep Agarwal, the fund manager and co-founder at Suwailo Investment. News points you are enriched with the data coming in from a few of the IT companies already, giving you a view of the entire picture for this earnings season, and IBM also making a big announcement which really impacted our stocks and our ADR. Now, Sandeep, the AI budget shift. What is it that's really hurting the Indian companies, and how much of the cognizance will you put from IBM commentary on the Indian IT services sector?
Hi, good afternoon, and thanks for having me on the show. So, right now what is happening that every which so whatever is happening in the US market, for example, the way Accenture has been thrashed, Cognizant has been thrashed, and resultant in India also, everyone is a lot of money has been lost in the sector. Honestly, the index is down 50%, and so the challenge, I will tell you, what I see in most of the cases is that almost everyone who is invested in IT or who wants to be invest, we have seen last 20 years 3 disruptions, but cycle is different. So in every will get benefited, and then slowly, because we are at the last leg of the value chain, that means we are the last leg of beneficiary, so that cycle remains same. Unfortunately, everyone who is invested in massively negatively impacted in the initial phase of disruption, and we massively benefit at the fag end of the disruption. But unfortunately, still, despite seeing it so many times, people are not believing it. They, every time when disruption comes, they say that this time it is different, and this time our IT industry will be completely destroyed.
Got your point, and to a large extent, this particular earnings season, almost all the IT companies have up on their balance sheet. And how do you read into this? Also, now levers being templated, the capacity of each of the companies well discovered, don't you think the focus of new upgrades or downgrades have shifted towards the TM has over 12% contribution in terms of revenue. Of course, the base is smaller than TCS, but TCS has 8% coming in from the AI revenue. How do you read into these new matrices? And my second point to this, which we can deliberate on also, is the outcome order as well as the potential for each of the companies. How do you see this?
So, the right way to look at the very important metrics which most of these companies are reporting is the AI revenue as a percent. For in AI. So the right way to do the maths is that, if 12% is, let's number, right? And that is the gap which these companies have also filled. So to arrive at what was the actual non-disrupted or steady state growth, that you can arrive by doing that to 14%. And because they have lost in the renewal, which has come in the AI side, 30%, we all know that, AI is at least 30% more efficient in terms of effort. So they obviously 12% of the revenue, which means the total growth would have been in the range of 12 to 14%, which is reflecting as 0%. So that is very important point for me, because best of my understanding, the math I think that, maybe this quarter and maximum September quarter is where all the deflation will be accounted for, which means that whatever you grow, that whatever 10, 12% you grow, it starts reflecting. Now, growth will start showing up from December quarter is my call. And if that happens this time, because there are no additional direction, where 6-7% dollar revenue growth and 12-13% PAT growth and a cumulative for over next 3 years cumulatively, which means the CAGR of EPS has to be 12 to 18%, which is a very good, phenomenal CAGR. Even without any re-rating, that is the kind of return you should make.
The IT sector. Some of the stocks are still gaining in momentum, like Tech Mahindra, Coforge, which made a big acquisition towards the AI thrust. HCL Tech, which was down yesterday, is now seeing some. So a little bit of impact of IBM, not across the sector. Now, I want to understand one particular aspect. Looking at the AI attempts, do you have a segmented for the IT services pack, which are part of the IT index?
No, it is very simple. So, you don't have to do any research on that. It is there. Data is there. You have to just do the calculations. So given the AI revenue. So leave aside the ER&D companies where I have still negative opinion. So just to give you should fall by 70%. Now, IT services have fallen by 40-50% on an average. ER&D still has fallen only 45-50%. So we have another 20% correction which should happen in ER&D, because I firmly believe is where you are using, you cannot afford that talent, so you are taking very small quantity of that talent, you are training your existing talent so that you need this much AI revenue. Problem is the supply chain. There are not so many talent who can come and deliver, and they are very expensive right now. So I
That's
think
right, Sandeep. Yes,
this will rationalize.
Yes. Challenge right now, and that's why you've seen some of the companies really go in the path of collaboration, in this direction. And also recently HCL Tech has invested in Sarvam AI. How do you see this particular combination really going forward? And in terms of your last bit of outlook for the IT is
the only way, because we are not into the first leg. So the first layer is the hardware. To the services. So as soon as you will see continuous ramp up in enterprise AI implementation of this collaboration will train your workforce much quicker than otherwise. So I think we are in the right path. On outlook, I have clearly said that next 3 years I see 45 to 70% return in the sector X of ER&D, and I stand by that. And I feel that markets are generally very smart as soon as they start to call that. But I am very positive. I think that X of ER&D, everything will do phenomenally well from here.
All right, very important takeaway. And in 3 years, about 70%, upside, and may be baked in much earlier as the recovery is seen. That's the big highlight, Sandeep. Always. Let's take it across to other stocks which are in focus today. Let's see what makes it to the list. Parth is standing by with all the stocks which should be on our radar. Tell us, Parth.
Yeah, so 4-5% in the last two sessions due to strong results on the back of better pricing and strong execution as well. Which reported a furnace explosion in the second unit of its Tamil Nadu plant, and the production has been temporarily suspended while the damage assessment still remains underway, and the losses are being covered. Mr. Kishore Rajkaria has tendered his resignation. It was due to personal reasons, and his relieving date is yet to be announced. So these are the stocks that you should have on your radar for today.
All right, Parth, thank you. On markets at 12, but market movement, action and news and views continue on the other side. Keep it with NDTV Profit. Thank you so much.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी. ये आपके लिए.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार. प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक. An initiative by Gautam Adani.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
As India's mobility
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks at NDTV Profit Suzlon Studio as we speak right now. I am Hiral Tatia and with me is Sharad Dubey, who's as always standing at the profit market bit. Sharad, interesting day of trade right now as we speak. If you just pull up the heat map in terms of Nifty 50 and if you have to look at the sectoral indices as well, you'll actually see the kind of moves that are coming in. What is interesting is the resilience that IT has been showing in spite of what IBM has done. You have Eternal, Shriram Finance, Ultratech, Bajaj Fin, Indigo, interesting names that are bucking the trend today. What's losing out is the Power Grid, Hindalco, few of the IT names which the cuts, the maximum is 1% in terms of Infosys. You have HUL as well, which is under pressure, and a JSW Steel. But clearly 120 points uptake, we've been able to sustain above the 24,150 mark as well in terms of Nifty 50.
Right, that's right. Good afternoon, Hiral, and we are seeing a market seeing a good rebound coming in. Both Nifty, it's above that 24,100 mark, that 23,800 which we are talking about. It's really nice, you could say a good support level bounce has come in. Same thing for Nifty Bank, but the interest rate sensitive stocks are doing really well. Nifty Bank setup is looking much better. Let's pull in the Nifty Bank chart also to give you the entire picture of how things are panning out. The BFSI space, a good buying, numbers are coming out strong, be it banks and even the broking house numbers. Will get you those details as well. But majority of the asset classes have stabilized, and this is of course on the macro developments which are happening, and street might be overlooking what Donald Trump had did the weekend or last week itself, and both of them rebounding after two sessions and a good momentum coming in both of them. The technical setup, of course, Nifty Banks is much better, but let's get into much more details, especially the sector specific moves. The interest rate sensitive Nifty PSU, banks, all of them doing really well. A good buying coming in. The IT stocks have shoved off the IBM scare which was there, and this was the trend which we had picked up earlier and the first amongst everyone in the morning itself, that there is no major scare happening from that. Value buying back in Smiths, and this is a good reaction. Look at Nifty Small Cap 250 Index and even the Nifty Mid Cap. They are doing well and better than Nifty Index. Also, if you look at the other important factors, the options data are suggesting more further technical up move here as well, and this can sustain going ahead, but of course there will be some MSCI adjustments in the last moment. Global cues, soft US inflation data, and that has triggered the risk on sentiment across the asset classes, emerging markets, crypto, you name it, and that's where the momentum is there. But today rupees has strengthened and even the yields have cooled off as well. But what should be there in your radar is also important. The India-UK FTA has come into force. Textile stocks are buzzing. Can have a look along with United Spirits. And also Q1 earnings, HDFC Life, ICICI Lombard and HDB Financial, they are going to come out with their numbers. Ahead of it, all of them are buzzing positively in the trade. And of course, the main one, FIFA World Cup 2026 semi-final between England and Argentina is also there, and excitement is there. But the market's also showing a good excitement going ahead. Back to you, Hira.
Okay, so it's the FIFA World Cup excitement that's going to be there as well in terms of the day today. But very quickly, let's just pull up a Patanjali on the screens, because 18 to 19% is the kind of intraday cuts that we've seen on this counter. There has been a mild recovery that has come in. And what's happened over here is, if you see in terms of the stock, large volume action, almost 23.5 million shares traded so far in the first half of the trading session versus a 20-day average of close to 2.5 million shares that were traded. Now, what they've come out and said on exchanges is that they continue to remain focused on growth. They are carrying out their business operations in ordinary course, and there has been no material event requiring disclosures currently. There is some bit of a clarification coming in on some of the news rumors that were doing rounds. So that's with regards to where Patanjali goes. We will try getting the management as well to understand as to what's really happening and what is getting this kind of pressure there. But clearly, if you just pull up let's just pull up a one-year chart of Patanjali and see what's happened there as well, because that stock has been on a downward trend since quite some time. If you see the 1 month, 21 to 22% is the kind of cuts. Can we get a one-year chart as well of Patanjali to understand the trajectory that has been followed on this one? If you see in the last 12 months, 42 to 43% is the kind of slide that we've seen. So the stock has been on a downward trend. Where are the concerns is the question that we need to check with the manager. Patanjali is concerned in today's session. In fact, Sanjeev Asthana, CEO at Patanjali Foods, joins in. Mr. Asthana, welcome to the show. Always a pleasure to speak to you at NDTV. This is Hiral on this side. My question to you is, lots being spoken about right now as to what's happening. The volumes are pretty large in terms of the stock as well, down nearly 17 to 18% in intraday trade. What do you have to tell? Pretty large in terms of the stock as well, down nearly 17 to 18% in intraday trade. What do you have to tell investors?
So there is absolutely no adverse sort of news to report. It's business as usual for us. The company is on a very strong footing, and as we've always said, that we are still completely debt-free. The business is running as usual, and so in the normal course of activity. So really, in terms of what's happening at the stock market end, I would not be able to speak much, but I can assure you, and that on behalf of the company, that everything that we are doing is absolutely in the normal course of business.
So, Mr. Asthana, people or, there were market media reports indicating that there were front.
So there's none at all. As you do know that the Food and Drug Administration as part of, on the food matters. To answer your specific question, there is nothing that has occurred in the last 15 days. And even prior to that, there's nothing adverse, nothing of that kind.
So when was the last regular routine FDA
Vedic medicines, which was not even Patanjali Foods, a listed entity, and it was a very insignificant, value of the business that we do in a particular product. So this has got nothing to do with Patanjali Foods.
So. One, and was there any observation that was given out, even if it was not for the listed entity?
It was not. This is, I'm saying, it's all the dated information. That way, it's as a part of the routine examination.
I agree. Amongst investors right now. So if they are getting a clarification which says that it is not related to Patanjali Foods, puts all the worries to rest, hence the clarification.
So that I've already said that whatever has happened, and the point I'm trying to say is that anything that has happened is more than a month back. Another promoter entity, which is Patanjali Ayurved, which has got nothing to do with the listed entity.
Mr. Asthana, we're talking about the large deals which are happening. Is there a big
that when this information is declared, I mean, we get routinely the information from stock exchanges. Exchanges already reported on the business front as to what is going on, and as business as usual, and to the media as well. That's exactly why I'm here talking to you. They do that. We watch the stock market, but that's of least interest to us. We're focused on our business.
Mr. Asthana, just a follow-up question for you, and that is a significant part of the promoter holding is pledged. Has that pledge numbers gone up or something like that? And due to this, there is a sharp fall coming in the price. What's your comment on that?
So just to correct that. There's no significant part of pledging, etc., which is done. It is something, it's a very different. Positive news only that, the promoters have committed not to sell the shares. So there's absolutely, as we speak now, that there's nothing which has been pledged by the promoters.
Okay. So, Mr. Asthana, what you're saying is zero promoter holding is pledged, number one, correct?
That's right.
Shares where you would have to pledge more. So that concern is away as well.
No pledge, so there's no question.
Agreed. Got it. We had one show, on our show, where there were queries coming in from a perspective that what's happened from a business side of it. Because in the last 1 year, there has been deterioration in terms of stock price as well. You have a tall target to achieve in terms of the guidance that you've given for FY27. Anything stands revised there? I think we've lost Mr. Down nearly 17 to 18%, a mild recovery coming in from the day's lowest levels, but a 15 to 16% decline. Just to reiterate for all our viewers, there has been no FDA inspection when it comes to any of the units of Patanjali Foods. That is what the management has clarified on NDTV Profit. A month back, yes, there was a FDA inspection, but that entity. And when it comes to pledged shares as well, zero promoter holding is pledged is what the management is indicating right now. And hence, the value deterioration that we're seeing in terms of the stock price has no relation with regards to where the overall pledged share value goes. And very EQG could be one of the promoters, one of the entities that would have sold. There is no conflict. The data that we will be awaiting post the markets close as well. In fact, let's get in Deven Mehta from IDBI Capital Market as well. Deven, welcome to the show. You're seeing what's happened with the Patanjali food in trade right now.
The way stock has given correction and should not buy this particular counter, this can correct towards 305 as far as technicals are concerned.
Right, Devin, let's start the rapid fire round right now. And the first stock in focus is Nuvoco. The operational numbers were strong and the earnings as well. Your views on that?
Yeah, I think the stock has given a strong breakout above 368 levels. So those who are holding and hold with the stop loss of 368, the stock can move towards 430 and 440 levels.
Right, the next stock, Ather Energy, good volume-based buying coming in, and also additional investment announcement of 1,000 crore in Hero Motor. Do you think there's going to be more sustainable momentum in this counter?
Yeah, I think overall structure is positive, but we have seen higher and higher lows from last 4 consecutive weeks. So I think one should try to book some profits as we can see, it has entered an overbought zone on daily and weekly chart. One should try to book profits in this particular number.
And Landmark Cars also, if you look at it, a strong operational update, good follow-on buying. And Landmark Cars also, if you look at it, a strong operational update, good follow-on buying.
Has moved, and yesterday we have seen that stock has given a breakout about 465. So those who are holding further move towards 625 level. So yes, definitely one can hold this counter.
Demand is also at play. I just wanted to get your views in this. Is there a risk-reward ratio or a trade to be
into a range on the lower side? There is support around 225, whereas on the higher side 250 will be acting as a resistance. So one should try to avoid until and unless it do not cross the range.
as well? Anything on the charts here?
No, I think one should avoid this particular counter. We have seen correction in this counter, and there's a slight bounce back from in today's move. But again, on the higher side, it has a resistance around 520. So one should avoid till it closes above this particular level.
Right, and Grow is also doing well in trade after the earnings has come out. Good time to enter this counter. Do you think the run-up has already been there in the stock now?
I think wait for the closing. Today's close is very much important, about 210. So if it closes above 210, then 225 to 227. So yes, closing above 210 is positive.
Right, so that's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to you, Hiral. What are the Google trending stocks? Is it the earnings? So that's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to you, Hiral. What are the Google trending stocks? Is it the earnings?
Patanjali has had with NDTV Profit, and that's one which is seeing a good amount of recovery, 14.5% downtake, a recovery from the day's lower. Stock which was down nearly 18 to 19% is trade, has recovered and is now down 14.5% as we speak. But on Google Trends, it's very interesting right now because it's just the new listing which is trending. None of the stocks from the secondary market have made it to Google Trends today. It's Kusumgar, a stock which listed today. The stock is nearly up 43 to 44%. Volume's also pretty okay coming in there, but I don't think so. This is a conversation that we can have with Deven Mehta right now. But Kusumgar, the IPO which actually listed today, is trending as we speak. But moving on, you know, you have OMCs that are in focus as well. And Sharad, I think the Morgan Stanley note is pretty bullish. What are you picking up with Somit?
Exactly. Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. Somit is joining us. Of course, Somit has a good coverage on this OMC space. But what's the brokerage take coming in?
Well, Morgan Stanley has come out with this very bullish note where they've hiked the target price for all the three oil marketing companies, IOCL, HPCL and BPCL. And now the upside post this target price hike for IOCL and HPCL is more than 50%. Hence this excitement coming in for the oil marketing. High target price to 588 from 511. For BPCL, they have maintained their overweight rating and have hiked the target price to 444 from 385. This also suggests an upside of nearly 46. They are saying that refining margins are on an uptrend and they will continue to remain on the higher side despite the losses that they might be seeing on the marketing side because of an increase in the crude oil prices. Refining margins would continue to remain on the higher side and that would surprise the earnings going forward. They have also clearly every time oil marketing companies have come out much stronger and that is what they're expecting this time as well going forward.
Thanks a lot, Somit, for that. And of course, a lot of momentum is there in the earnings also. Hiral, anything on the earnings side right now?
Yeah, right now you just have Union Bank numbers which are flashing at the bottom of your screens as we speak. Let's just pull up the intraday chart as well. Your net interest margins have improved on a sequential basis. Two of your screens as we speak. Let's just pull up the intraday chart as well. Your net interest margins have improved on a sequential basis. 2.8 versus a 2.64 is what you're looking at. The stock did see that mild spike but has recovered and come back there. If you see in terms of the net interest margins is the number that we've already spoken about. The credit cost, that has gone up slightly. In fact, I would say it has doubled on a sequential basis. Loan growth has come in at 13% on a year-on-year basis. I think the stock is trading at, 173 as we speak. In terms of the operating profit, of 15 to 16% growth is what you're tracking. 8,000 odd crores versus a 6,900 odd crores is what you're looking at as well. The provision number is out. The provisions have gone down slightly. slightly. 979 odd crores is the provision number for the first quarter of FY27 versus 1,055 odd crores that was reported in the fourth quarter of FY26. So, one, your net interest margins have improved. Your provisions have gone down slightly. The overall number in terms of profitability is also looking pretty okay. NII, 10% growth at 10,000 odd crores versus 9,100 odd crores is what you're tracking in terms of the NII as well. And your asset quality has remained absolutely stable at 0.47% versus 0.48% on a sequential basis. In fact, if you talk about the gross NPAs as well, they've come down. 2.65% versus a 2.82% is what you're looking at. And the profits have seen a growth intraday chart. I think 2% up move is what you're seeing right now as we speak. Lancelot Dikuna is with us. Lancelot, what do you make of the first cut of Union Bank numbers? Because asset quality has remained stable on a net basis, gross basis improved, provisions have gone down, and if you talk about the net interest margins, there is a mild improvement coming in there.
Good afternoon, Hiral. I think yes, the results have been good, and I think it should. Hiral, I think yes, the results have been good, and I think it should help in terms of the outlook for the year should be much more positive. And based on the results that are announced, I think the stock should get re-rated maybe a bit on the higher side. So we should probably see some improvement in the price maybe once the entire outlook is known for the year.
Right. Speaking of earnings, Gro has also come out with a very strong set of numbers. If you look at the PAT number, there's a good 7% sequential growth coming in. But the other businesses, be it the M2F business, this is a margin trading facility, commodity derivatives, and interestingly, they have added 115,000 net active NSE clients as well. A little bit of bullishness coming in the non-broking business as well. And you see the stock is also doing well. A good follow-up buying happening post results. Lancelot, your views on Gro?
So, while growth has been good for Gro, we have seen, both revenues as well as profits have increased significantly over the last, but it is still trading at an extremely at a high valuation. It trades almost 65 times earnings. So I think to pay for that kind of valuation, there is a risk reward issue, because in terms of if there is any quarterly of the target price, and that could mean a significant loss. So from a risk reward perspective, it's not really attractive at this point in time. While yes, growth is good and the outlook is continuing to remain firm going forward as well.
Right, growth is good, but valuations is a concern. But we'll give you more details at 2:30 when we are tracking the con call of Gro as well. But another stock in focus is Delivery. And interestingly, their arm has formed or got an approval for an NBFC. A logistics company and NBFC. What's the story? This is Jasmeet here with us. Jasmeet, what's this, and is there any impact?
Well, Sharad, thank you for that. In terms of the impact, we can already see the stock is about 3% NBFC, which is an ND, that means a non-depository. Now, while Delivery had created this arm earlier, UFC, which is an ND, that means a non-depository. Now, while Delivery had created this arm earlier in this year itself, and now they've gotten the nod as well. Now, if you look at the reason why Delivery is getting into all of this is to leverage its a financial subsidiary forming under their own name makes it easier for the company to lend loans, and generally financial services is a higher margin business compared to logistics. So as of now, this is the update from the company that they have received an NBFC RBI nod for the NBFC license, but it's a wait and watch of how does that pan out for the company going ahead. And just to give a comparison, a lot of platform players like Amazon, Delivery and other players have also gotten the NBFC license approval, and they run their own NBFC. For example, Flipkart and Amazon in India. So they have their own financial arm that gives and lends money to their clients in D2C brands. So that's the same way Delivery is following the same path, but as of now, it's a wait and watch.
Right, wait and watch. Thanks a lot, Jasmeet, for that. But clearly the markets are not liking it. This might be an initial knee-jerk reaction, but Thanks a lot, Jasmeet, for that. But clearly the markets are not liking it. This might be an initial knee-jerk reaction, but the long term.
So I think the logistics space is here to stay and grow because as the economy grows and as the country infrastructure as far as logistics has been growing significantly, we've seen a lot more spend on new airports, on new roads, and logistic hubs that have come up. So I think logistics is the heart of a growing economy, and companies engaged in those will benefit significantly going forward. However, if you look at the companies that are already there, we have Blue Dart Express, which has. If you look at the companies that are already there, we have Blue Dart Express, which has both in the aviation logistics space as well as in the road logistics space. So they are doing well, and you have some of the smaller players also. There are Gati. There is some specialized logistic companies like Aegis Logistics, which are specialized in niche areas, transporting certain equipments, etc. So I think each of these companies are areas which one can look at focusing on and maybe look at adding them to the portfolio depending on the valuations of these companies.
Fair enough. Thanks a lot, Lancelot, for your views on the markets and the stocks and fundamental perspective. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. But folks, we are out of time right now for the show at Trending Stocks. From me, Hiral, and the entire team that put together this wonderful show, it's a bye, but stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार. Presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
माँ भी हमेशा पी-मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार. प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक. An initiative by Gautam Adani.
As India's mobility story is racing into a new future, it's in search for a new fuel map. Electric, ethanol, hydrogen, CNG, hybrid. What will power India next? India's sharpest mobility minds come together to decode the fuel mix that will define the road ahead. The NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026 on 15 July only on NDTV Network.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
First of all, my compliments for NDTV to bring back the Leadership Awards and
Vinay C. Sekar, Chief Executive Officer, Investment Manager of Cube Highways Trust, joins in. Vinay, welcome to the show and congratulations on filing the DRHP as well. I'm going to start off with a question which is with regards to the OFS. How should the investors who you are expecting to come in interpret the selling by the shareholders whose decision is to partially exit? Because the question is this going to be a growth opportunity for them rather than simply an exit event for the current shareholders?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, the current OFS is structured, or the IPO is structured as an OFS. The reason behind the IPO is more strategic in nature. Over the last 3 years since we were privately listed, what we've seen is that there's been a huge amount of upswell of interest from domestic investors, and based on their feedback, we've decided as a strategic move to convert ourselves from a privately listed InvIT to a public listed InvIT. We believe this will open us up to wider pools of capital domestically, and also will lead to better liquidity and price discovery. Right? And in order to facilitate a reasonable sized IPO, we had to request our existing unit holders to participate in the offer for sale, for which the sponsors have accepted, and that's how we've built up this size. Having said that, the sponsors are demonstrating their commitment towards the business by committing to add 4 more assets which have enterprise value of over 7,000 crores. And those assets they will contribute by way of swap of units. So they will get additional units as part of a preferential issuance in a future date. And therefore they will continue to be invested in the business. As I said, we currently have 27 assets, and with these 4 assets, we will get to 31 assets. We listed 3 years back with 18 assets, so we've shown a consistent track record of growth as well. So what you therefore get is a mix of both a stable and a high quality portfolio with inherent capability to grow.
So Vinay, then the question comes up about for investors is how should they actually think about the distribution yield post listing? What's that trajectory that you have in mind from where it stands currently?
Yeah, so over the last 3 years, we listed at 100. In the first year, we distributed 10.09 rupees per unit. In the second year, we did 11 rupees. And in the third year, we've done 13.77 rupee. This increase is largely driven by 2 reasons. One, our toll portfolio organically delivers growth because the revenues are linked to both GDP. As people consume more goods travel through our roads, and therefore traffic keeps increasing. And similarly, as people have more disposable income, they tend to travel more and they pass through our toll plazas more often. That organic growth contributes to growth in DPU on a consistent basis. The second reason, of course, is that we've been able to keep adding assets, and each acquisition tends to be accretive from a yield perspective as well. So we expect the future, while of course I can't give you forward-looking statements, but we expect the future to be in line with how we've performed historically.
Okay, any target payout ratio that you have in mind going forward in terms of CAGR growth?
The historical yield has been between 9 to 10%, and that's the, as I said, we're likely to perform similar to how we've done in the past.
In terms of the proportion of distribution, how much comes in from toll collections versus the annuity income?
Okay. So as a percentage of our cash inflows, 70% of our cash inflows comes from toll assets and 30% comes from annuity. However, in terms of assets under management, the toll assets contribute to 85% of value, whereas the annuity assets contribute to the remaining 15%.
Okay. And overall, if you have to look at the operational risks as well in your portfolio, where would they stand currently? Because the portfolio spans around what? 27 operational road assets across multiple states. So how are you looking at that aspect?
Yeah. No, I think the for an investor, the key risk to really consider is traffic. Now, this portfolio of 27 assets has a long operating history of over 9 years on an average, and it has consistently delivered over 6.3% traffic growth over this period in time. As against this, our future projection is 4.7%. So there is a significant amount of conservatism that we've built into our projections. Of course, that is the key risk for people to consider. From our side, we've made sure that our numbers are conservative to keep into account the future risks involved. In terms of operational risks, while the operations of a toll plaza and a road project tends to be a little noisy, there's a lot of stakeholders who either pass through the road or who live around the road. But these are not material enough to have an impact on.
Good afternoon, you're tuned into Lunchtime Trades, and that was the management of Cube Highways also talking about their IPO. But before we get you a roundup in terms of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch, let's take a very quick look at the markets first things first, because it's actually a sharp fall that you saw coming in, whether you talk about Nifty or Sensex right now. So quite a sharp sort of downtick coming in, as you can see on your screens as well. Erased most of the morning gains. That's Nifty 50 for you, and even Sensex with that really sharp about 300 odd point plunge also coming through. Let's also talk about the entire list of sectors that are in focus right now. So it's still PSU banks holding up quite resilient with that 1.5% gain also coming in. Oil and gas, pharma, bank, financial services, energy, as well as auto, all of those sectors doing quite well for themselves. What's not doing quite well right now is something like an IT, metal, FMCG, realty, media, all of those stock sectors as well under tremendous pressure right now, especially IT down and out in trade for yet another day. And you do have IBM, that's quite the overhang coming in when you talk about IT. But when you talk about PSU banks, you do have something like a Bank of India standing out with a 3.5% gain, Union Bank of India, Central Bank of India, all of those counters doing quite well for themselves. And what's also buzzing away in trade is something like a Nuvoco Vistas on the back of quite positive commentary. Second day in a row that this stock is up and away in trade, 12.5% uptake coming in for this particular counter. When you talk about the Nifty 50 top gainers, this is the entire list that I'm talking about in terms of Ather Energy as well. You do have that Hero MotoCorp investment that's really cheered up this particular counter. So 7.5% uptick coming through for this one. Aegis Logistics, L&T Tech, some of the other counters that are doing quite smartly right now in trade as well. But you know, when you talk about the entire list of losers as well from within the Nifty 500, there's something like a Patanjali Foods, and you did hear out from the management also coming in saying that business is as usual, and slight bit of recovery coming in for this particular counter as well, 14.5% downtick nonetheless. Tata Elxsi, you do have the results that are in focus as well when it comes to this particular counter, and something like a Power Grid, Hindalco, and some of your IT counters, the likes of Infosys as well as Wipro, in focus as well when you talk about the entire Nifty 50 pack. But that's said and done, let's quickly take a look at the oil prices right now and how they're trading right now as well, because it's quite the interesting picture yet again. For yet another day, you do have oil prices really extending gains right now as we speak. As you can see on your screens, about $86 a barrel thereabout for Brent as well, and WTI about 1.5% uptick. So $80 thereabout is something that you're looking at when it comes to WTI. Let's also get you a check going in terms of all of those factors that are in focus right now and what are those insights that you should be keeping on your radar as well. Kunal Shah, Head Commodities Research, Nirmal Bang joining us on the show right now. Mr. Shah, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you so much for taking time out and speaking to us as always. Just wanted to try and understand if you think that this sort of momentum that we're building up, right, when it comes to oil prices, do you think that this is sustainable right now?
I believe that until there is a concrete solution to the ongoing problem, whether the shipment from the Strait of Hormuz go back into the normalization phase, the likelihood of oil crashing is very less right now. But if there is a solution, if there is a taco trade happening, where you see the way Trump said that earlier, he said that 20% of the tariff he's going to put, okay, and then suddenly he flipped that, okay, I'm not going to put it. Same way, he shows some soft stance on Iran, and I think that can lead to profit taking. But till then, fundamentally, oil market is pretty tight right now. The only good news is that the Chinese imports are down by 2 million barrels per day. So that is a much big breather for the market, because if China was importing aggressively at this point, then prices would have really taken a big sharp up move rather than this small upside what we saw in last 3-4 days. So my view is that up $88, $89, that is what we see Brent can go to these levels. But for that, if it has to move up beyond that, then this crisis has to be more prolonged and there has to be more production losses. Then only it can go. But 88, maximum upside.
No, absolutely. And thank you so much for helping us out with that quick take coming in terms of oil prices as well. Let's also very quickly zoom out and take a look at the resultant impact when it comes to the market as well. In fact, Sharad is joining in terms of a more detailed outlook in terms of whatever is happening with the markets, and quite the sharp fall coming in.
Exactly, and we saw a good rebound in the last two sessions, which we saw a good momentum coming. But look at Nifty and Nifty Bank, how it has fallen. Just last 5 minutes, there is a big fall coming in. Let's show the Nifty Bank also. Earlier, even Nifty Bank was doing well. Currently, it's still green, but see the fall which is happening. Also, a very big cut happening here. Of course, remember the geopolitical tensions are still there. If you just show the rupee and the VIX also to give you the entire picture of the macro system, what's happening. And yes, India VIX also is a big spike happening here as well from the lows. We thought that things are normalizing, but it seems like there is something much more there. Maybe a geopolitical development. Let's pull in the rupee also, because the rupee had started giving initial signs of weakness as well. And that's why the concern is back. So this signs has started to come at least 10 minutes ahead of the market. So overall, you can see that the mid caps and small caps are also taking that kind of a pressure. But on the domestic front, there isn't much happening. Just pull out the Nifty small cap also to give you that entire picture what's happening. And lastly, I would like to point out the sectoral indices where the things have changed. IT was, of course, shrugging off the IBM fears, but this is the place. Earlier it was one or two reds. Now you're seeing that defense as well as reality, the sell-off has intensified. So nevertheless, exact reason is not known in the market, but definitely there is some adverse impact coming in, and can be globally also. That's a little bit of concern coming in.
No, absolutely. And thank you so much, Sharad, for joining us with that entire detailed outlook as well when it comes to prices. And, this is something that we've been discussing since the beginning of the show. You do have some of those sectors that are very much in focus. And we'll get you some of those updates as well coming in when it comes to all of this. But, let's also talk about the geopolitical developments that we have right now in terms of the US carrying out strikes. And that's quite the latest development coming in terms of the fourth day of strikes. And that's also something that's very much in the spotlight as well. Other than that, you do have IRGC claiming the damage really coming in when it comes to US Gulf bases. And that is also a very important update in terms of oil prices. And that's why it's also quite in focus as well. So that's really oil prices for you right now in terms of some of those factors to watch. You do have Trump really threatening further strikes as well. And that is all the more reason why oil prices right now are in the spotlight, as you can see on your screens very clearly. That impact really trickling through to our markets as well. But let's also focus in on another sector, like I mentioned earlier. Bringing our focus to AI, artificial intelligence is beginning to really reshape hiring, and that's across India's banking sector as well. You do have several lenders reporting lower workforce additions and a little bit of a decline coming in when you talk about employee strength. In fact, Piyush is joining in with a more detailed picture when it comes to this one.
Well, that is right. Banks are increasingly cutting down on their active workforce and in fact hiring lesser number of people thanks to the progress they've made in terms of adopting AI. Now, the top banks' annual report shows that, collectively all the top banks have reduced their workforce. HDFC Bank, for example, hired 45,902 employees in FY26, which is lower than 49,713 employees they hired in FY25. The bank's active employee count also, the total workforce, reduced by around 3,343 employees to 2.11 lakh employees in FY26. Now, Axis Bank too has seen a reduction of its total employee workforce. The bank's staff strength has come down to 1.11 lakh from 1.14 lakh the last financial year. Kotak Mahindra Bank also has seen, employee workforce going down by around 1,000 employees. Its its employees as on March 31, 2026 stood at 74,054, which is lesser than 75,323 last fiscal. Now, what are banks using AI for and how are they able to cut these employee roles? First is a majority of the banks are using AI for customer servicing. They are generating fresh leads from AI. HDFC Bank, for example, is saying that it is using AI for real-time credit decision making. They are able to, AI in some cases is able to approve real-time loan request. The loans are being sanctioned instantly because of AI. Further, it is reducing manual intervention for HDFC Bank, and the bank is using AI across document processing, advanced customer analytics, and credit card generations as well. Axis Bank is now saying that it is moving away from pilots to bringing new projects which are fully backed by AI. The bank is using AI across its operations, call centers, software development. In fact, the bank says it will use 40 to 50% all of its operational journey, 40 to 50% of it will be backed by AI. Further, in terms of call centers, the bank is saying it will cover 50% of its call via AI by the end of current financial year. Kotak Mahindra Bank CEO Ashok Vaswani says AI is a clear inflection point and the bank is implementing first the guardrails for governance and the cyber risk that comes along with AI. Back to you.
No, absolutely, and thank you so much, Piyush, for setting that context right. It's also the time is ripe to have a detailed conversation about this right now and get some more insights when it comes to all of these trends that are emerging. Quite interesting to say the least in terms of how they're playing out. In fact, Amit Das, founder and CEO, Think360.ai is joining us on the show right now. Thank you so much, Mr. Das, for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. First things first, just wanted to try and understand from you if you think AI is taking away bank roles. If yes, which are the roles that you think are becoming redundant right now and are under the scanner in terms of the new roles as well? Which are the new ones that you're seeing pop up?
So I think primarily it's a fact, right? That there is a shift in the average productivity of every process that a bank has, whether it is on the service side, origination side, life cycle management, everything. And to that extent, yes, the roles are being taken away, but unevenly, I would say. Not like every department, every function is going through the same change. The departments where we see major productivity improvements and hence possibly a larger percentage shift would almost always be around operations and back office. There's a lot of older manual processes that over the last 10 years, actually not just now, have gone through significant AI-led or algorithmic automation, I would call it. So KYC, underwriting, documentation, parts of the contact center businesses, these are all kind of going through significant, I guess, AI intervention, as you call it. There will be some offset that will happen because the role for, I would say, AI product managers or the governance and cybersecurity functions there was a window of time where we were looking for very, very interesting prompt engineering or Gen AI engineers sort of roles. But around these, I believe the idea of governance, control, security posturing, that will have to simultaneously increase in the near term for it to be an offset from roles perspective, but it will not be a one-to-one offset. So we are looking at something which will have a meaningful long-term impact on productivity and hence the headcount that is required for the same sized operations. So unless the operations grow meaningfully up, we should expect these changes to stay.
No, absolutely. That's about the entire inflection point as well. And it's really, changing from just being a dinner table conversation to being a very important reality, right? So you do have front and back offices that are undergoing a transformation, but that's said and done, when you talk about just the facts and the numbers, right? We'll come to the numbers in a bit, but, when you just talk about the plain facts that are in front of you, you do have Axis Bank that is now moving from pilots to, scale development as well. Do you think that that shift is really taking place in a very meaningful and substantial manner as well? Inflection point aside, in terms of just moving on from being a pilot or being a little bit of an experiment, do you think that it's really cemented its place right now?
I would say three changes. A, the number of pilots that you can and you have ongoing at each of the larger banks, each of the smaller banks also, it's probably about 8 to 10x of where it was earlier. So because, most of these pilots also have a parallel notion of bank having the bandwidth to run these pilots, right? You need the different functions and stakeholders to kind of come together. So right now, with the advancements in AI technology, that number of pilots that you can, POCs that you can undertake is much larger. So even if you operate at the same sort of success ratio of pilots to scalable product outcomes or scalable projects, you still are probably looking at a lot more happening and scaling up in production environments. So to give you an example, are there processes today which are absolutely automated with no manual intervention at all? The answer is yes. Do we have a bank branch which is absolutely no human intervention? I think the answer is no, and we'll get there. So to that extent, I would say that you will see trend number one, a lot more POCs, a lot more pilots that are going there. Two, which automatically implies that a lot more of these will eventually see production scale. Three, the timeline is not 3 months or 1 month or 6 months or something like that. I think it's a trend that we should monitor for the next 4 to 5 years. We are now witnessing a set of changes. The output that we are seeing now is sort of the outcome of changes that started 5, 6 years back in the form of technology, state modernization, and automation. And now AI is basically adding a lot of spice to it from a conversation perspective. AI's real impact is probably 2, 3 years down the line.
No, absolutely. And I just, just before we let you go, a very important question that possibly is on the minds of investors or even everybody who really invests through banks, which is pretty much everyone, right? The main question right now is that AI-led risks like Mythos, you do have a lot of governance, guardrails concerns. Do you think that there's enough that has been done right now? Or do you think that there is a room for improvement there when it comes to building guardrails?
So I think, no. The short answer is we are not in a position to do enough in terms of capabilities and competence yet. That is one. Are we investing enough in developing those capabilities? I think not really at the bank level, but I think the private enterprises, the funded startups, some of them are kind of trying to solve that problem independently. And I think they will bring these solutions to the banks from an implementation perspective. And three, I think this is the most important thing that I want to kind of leave you with, is some of what we are seeing is this upswing will also have a counter force which will come through the security concerns like Mythos that a lot of institutions have. And funnily enough, I won't be surprised if a couple of institutions actually scale back what they thought were very, very fascinating AI pilot outcomes because they're not particularly convinced about the security posture or the guardrails that they have. So you may see, interesting conversations, not seeing the production scale.
No, absolutely. And that really went from fascinating to a little bit worrying very fast. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us on the show. So as we wrap up on this edition of Lunchtime Trades, though, let's talk about UK Minister for trade policy, Chris Bryant, in terms of his commentary exclusively to NDTV's senior executive editor, Aditya Rajkol, as well, from tariff cuts on Scotch whisky and automobiles to the sensitive politics when it comes to dairy, immigration fears around the double contribution convention as well. Let's go across and listen in to that bit of commentary.
How big do you think, Minister, is this remarkable achievement for the ties between the two countries? Will this be clearly a game changer in the bilateral cooperation?
Well, first of all, I know you used the word finally a couple of times because this is finally it's the entry into force of a deal that we struck last year. But actually, it's the fastest we've ever gone from signing a deal to actually bringing it into force. So I'm really pleased because there's been lots of work that had to be done on the Indian side and on the UK side to make that happen. And I think that's a symbol of the energy and the determination that both sides have to make this a really groundbreaking moment for relations between our two countries. Look, the truth of the matter is, of course, we've got strong historic ties, and I know I've not been to many Indian weddings in the UK, certainly, where there hasn't been quite a lot of Scotch whisky consumed. And I'm really glad, for instance, that the tariffs on Scotch whisky are tumbling from 150% already to 75% from immediately and then further over the next few years. But it's also about automotives and beauty products being cut from 22% to zero. So, companies like Charlotte Tilbury and so on, who are already present in the Indian market, will be able to be much more available to lots more consumers in your growing economy.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
We are over, Jimmy.
Hey, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी. ये आपके लिए.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार. प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक. An initiative by Gautam Adani.
As India's mobility story is racing into a new future, it's in search for a new fuel map. Electric, ethanol, hydrogen, CNG, hybrid. What will power India next? India's sharpest mobility minds come together to decode the fuel mix that will define the road ahead. The NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026 on 15 July, only on NDTV Network.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I'm looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com.
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Bazaars on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Varsha. In the next half an hour, we'll take you through the most important small cap stocks that have been buzzing in trade either on the back of price or volume. So let's see what's on the show today. Firstly, we'll be speaking with the management of NAC Packaging, a recently listed company. Decent listing is what we have seen, but what's the way forward is something that we'll try to pose the questions to the management on the show today. Apart from that, it's SG Finserv, which has been buzzing. The stock has snapped its 6-day losing streak and the stock is up nearly 95% since Feb 2026, and they are expecting a strong growth going forward. When it comes to Philatex India, Sunidhi Brokerage has come out with an initiating note, quite a positive note that the brokerage has come out with. Apart from that, it's one of the beneficiaries of UK FTA, and Q1 is also expected to be quite strong for the forward textile players. The stock is trading at its highest level since December 2024. When it comes to GSP Crop Science, the stock is trading at its all-time high. 5 consecutive days of gains is something that we have seen for this counter, and the stock is up nearly 25% in the last 5 trading sessions. And lastly, when it comes to Popular Vehicle, that stock has touched its intraday high since May 2026. It saw its biggest single-day gains since April 2026, and the stock has been buzzing also on the back of strong volumes. So what could be the potential reason behind this move is something that we'll try to decode with our fundamental guest on the show today. Now, if you look at the market, for the better part of the trading session, we were trading close to 150 points higher in trade. But in the last half an hour, we have seen a sharp decline coming in. Some support around the 24,000 level is something that we have seen, and currently Nifty is trading just 20 points higher. If you look at the sectoral indices here, on the top loser side, we have the PSU names and the metal names which have been lagging in trade, but on the gaining side, it's Nifty Oil and Gas, largely led by the oil marketing companies. PSU names, PSU banks specifically, have also been gaining in trade. But despite this volatility in the benchmark index, the Nifty Small Cap, that continues to be higher by around 0.6% in trade. But Varsha, which are the key stocks here that have been buzzing?
You know, a lot of stocks actually. First, let me start with Vanbury. If you see, in the last 5 days, the stock is up 24%. A good upside we're seeing here. Today also, the stock is buzzing almost, 5-6% in trade. You have Landmark Cars also buzzing in trade. Now, this is on the back of, business update that yesterday company had posted. The stock is up almost 10% in trade. You have Advait Jewels is also buzzing. Recently listed company. Is actually buzzing in trade. You have LN Electronics also, strong volumes over here, 10x of its 30-day average. The stock is up almost, if I'm not wrong, 10 to 12% in trade. LN Electronics, 10x volumes of its 30-day average. You have Carousel also, stock is up almost 5% in trade on the back of volumes. DAM Capital, well, the stock was up almost 5% in trade. Carousel is up almost 3%. DAM Capital is up almost 5% in trade on the back of volumes of 3x of its 30-day average. But NAC Packaging is one such stock which we are going to discuss. Recently listed IPO. Their Borisana facility is actually the next growth trigger for the company. And to tell us more about that, we are here joined by Alpesh Patel, who is the chairman and managing director at NAC Packaging. Mr. Patel, welcome at NDTV Profit. Pleasure to have you. The Borisana facility will materially increase your capacity. I want to understand, do you already have customer commitments for this capacity, and when can this capacity go live?
First of all, thank you for inviting here for their studio. Thank you, ma'am. Definitely, we have a very good customers. Like right now, we have 1950 customers, and that 13,000 SKU, we are taking care of it. And we have a global customer like Cargill. We are supplying to like 8 countries, including US and everywhere. So we have a 3 type of strategy. First of all, customers using the normal packaging, and we have a specialized high-ended pinch bottom bags. So they are shifted to regular production to the pinch bottom bags. Then their individually growth is grow up. Secondly, that industries, like we are supplying to so many pet food industries, rice industries, grain and pulses, many industries, like 27 industries. So pet food industries is 2-digit growth. So that is the second growth path of the company. And third, we are exporting more than 71 countries. So we have a very good global presence in all over the globe. So we are increasing that share into individual countries as well as increase the countries as well. So this is a 3/4 growth drivers for our next expansion quantity we will share over there.
What's the revenue, incremental revenue can this capacity generate for you at peak utilization?
See, we are trying our level best. Last 3 years, we have a more demand than our production capacity. So we are increasing our capacity to reach our customer demand. So we are trying our level best. See, our production planning is we are starting just building and already we land development we already started, and building and everything, machinery installation and everything. Then October 2027 we are planning to run our plant for 100%. And then we slowly, gradually, we capacity utilizations.
Okay. So given that you're a packaging company, could you just give us some understanding on what percentage of your raw material is either directly or indirectly related to crude prices? We just want to understand that whenever there is an increase in crude oil prices, by how much percentage would your raw material cost increase?
Sir, our total cost is like a 60%, 61% is our RMC cost. And including that, there is a polymers almost 40-45% to our polymers based raw material. But sir, we have a very good 3 things in our company. First is our company is working on SAP S/4HANA. So we have very good forecasting systems. So we have a very long, that is the one thing, forecasting systems of our purchase team and our professional, we have a very good planning for the polymers. Secondly, we have a very good relation, local refineries relation. India have a very good refineries, 6-7 refineries, and we have a 30 years experience with them. So they always give a good priority as well as good relationship, and always we don't have any face problem with the polymers, including this COVID war. I say COVID war, that time also we can get the good polymers locally availability. So our 90-95% polymer we buy from the locally. So we don't have face any time this polymer issue.
Right, sir. I completely understand that availability of raw material will never be an issue for you, given the fact that you have such strong relations with your suppliers. But I wanted to check on the pricing front. Despite having a good team, the kind of volatility that we have seen in the crude oil prices in the last 3 odd months, that is not something that anyone would have predicted. But this would have definitely had some impact on your financials, specifically in the first quarter of FY27. Could you give us some understanding on that front?
Sir, definitely. Sir, this polymers business, our customer is already know. Polymers price go down, we always go down to the price, and when polymers go up, we always increase the price. It is like a petrol and diesel price. So our end customers, everyone know nowadays, keep a polymers price go down, so we reduce the price. So our ultimate try to get our conversion. Operational revenue remains same. So always we are trying to get good transparency with our customer, and they all also trust on us. And basis on that, we always get the upper price as well as we reduce the price, so we don't have any face the problem. And our 40 to 45% business is a contractual business, like Kargil, India Gate, Tilda, Dawat, Kohinoor, rules. We fix our conversion cost, and the basic price increasing, they increase the price. Our conversion, including the margin, remains same. So that kind of long-term contract we have. So that is, we don't have face any problem for this all the areas.
But I believe that would be happening with a lag effect. Overall, in, say for the full financial year, there won't be any impact. But 1 quarter here or there could be some impact, right?
Sir, in the first year, result will come within a short time. So definitely we'll come up with you with the result. So honestly saying, sir, that as per our experience, we never faced this kind of big issue in our financial. So hope so best, and our result will come up with the short times. Always in our business, pass on risk. This pricing functionality is already set up in the market. So that is a good part of the industries.
Right. So since result is expected soon, so I'll not I'll not bother you on Q1, but overall for FY27, because if you see in March 2024, you had a sales growth of around 27%, and post that we are seeing some kind of pressure in sales growth. It was 12% for 25 and 11 and 12% for March 2026. What's the growth expected in FY27? And since you said you don't have much impact when it comes to margins, overall margins, EBITDA margins, can one expect that 18% of margin to be sustainable in FY27?
Two things, ma'am. Very honestly saying, see, our packaging is not a commodity packaging. Our packaging a very specific industry, is very specific product. We are mainly into the pinch bottom bag. So very niche market we have. So the customer, they know the pricing about the packaging cost, and the overall the best part is what, like I can say, give you one example. If basmati rice, they are packing into 25 or 30 kg rice into the one bag, and the bag cost is less than 30 rupees. So it is less than 1% cost of the premium packaging material. So that is not also more impact on that cost part. So for that, we have a very good customers, we have very good transparent systems, long-term customers, long-term contracts. So basis on that, we are trying our level best to get all the result on track.
Got that, understood, sir, but still did not get my answer when it comes to the growth that you're expecting, maybe for FY27, for the next 2 years. What is the revenue growth that you might have a target to reach to, maybe by FY28? So any highlights on that?
See, from last 3 years, you can see our growth journey. So same pattern we are also following for the furthers. And also we are trying our best to get the same result on future coming years. So for the sales, and we have already very good sales strategy as well. So we are definitely, and today we are capacity of 90-95%, we are utilize our capacity. So after expansion, this is a 1 year still we have. So we are also planning to get the good customer on board. And so after 1 year, because our onboarding process is also long-term process. So we are trying to get the good customer from today as well. So when we come to the next year, 27 October, when we come into the production, definitely we have a good customers with good lineup to almost all the customers, and adding more customers for the further growth plan. So same way, I will see you as per the last 3 years, whatever we get the good result in the last 3 years, same pattern we are planning for the further growth plan.
And lastly, sir, I believe you're looking to increase your presence in the Latin America and North America as well. If you could just give us some understanding on how much exports contribute right now, how much do you foresee that to contribute, say, over the next couple of years?
So right now we are exporting 71 countries, as I told you, and 56% revenue comes from our export revenue. And so definitely, yes, our focus is India as well as export. So where we can get the good margin, definitely our company's policies, if we are selling the much more higher volume over there. And we have a very retail kind of customer. There is not a big customer. Only Kargil, we have a 17% customers, those who are buying, and they are buying for the 8 countries. So that's how we change our, we have strict our policy. We are very good retail marketing, 1,950 customers, 13,000 SKU, and the same pattern we are furthering, following to the further growth and the margin as well as the growth journey. And export revenue, we are increasing the 71 country to more countries, and adding that same country, we are trying to more customers.
Got that point. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Patel, for joining in and having a conversation with us. Thank you so much. Well, this was NAC packaging, outlining the growth prospects for the next 1 to 2 years. But with that, let's also invite fundamental guest for our show, who is Narendra Solanki, Head Fundamental Research Investment Services at Anand Rathi Shares and Stock Brokers. Narendra, you heard the management, recently listed company. What's your view when it comes to this sector, and of course about NAC packaging, and what will you advise to investors?
Yeah, good afternoon. Let me first start with disclaimer. We do not have any active recommendation on the stock. Now, having said that, it's a recently listed IPO. I think around 160, 170 was the IPO. The business is very unique. Also, if you see the overall sector dynamics, there is high transformation happening, especially in our unorganized market, where gradually the players are shifting from unorganized to organized, and this increases the demand for packaging solutions and various kind of innovations into the packaging solutions. So the company is operating in a decent growing demand environment, where we see around 4 to 5% kind of a volume growth coming in the domestic industry. Also, the company's business is highly diversified into both domestic market as well as it has also presence in international markets. So it is able to capture both domestic as well as international revenues. So I think medium to long term, the things are well placed for the company. The only concern would be to keep watching the high concentration risk, both in terms of raw material as well as the customer concentration risk, which the company has to manage. I think there is a single customer having presence of around 15% in share of revenues. So that is one of the risks. And if company manages that, then I think it's a decent or medium to long term.
All right, got that view. Well, time for a short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार। प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक। An initiative by Gautam Adani.
India Inc.'s most respected.
Welcome back. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers on NDTV Profit. The first small cap stock that we'll be discussing right now is GSP Crop. The stock has been buzzing in trade for the last 5 consecutive sessions. Today also it's up nearly 6%. Varsha, anything to do with the fertilizer subsidy that is expected to come in? What could be the reason behind this move that you're seeing?
Actually, yes. So today in cabinet meeting, they are expecting some kind of subsidy, and also there will be some kind of announcement when it comes to the urea. So keep a watch on that, and do listen to the cabinet meeting at 3 o'clock. But about this company, well, this company focuses on fungicide, insecticide and pesticide. Basically is into agrochem. The domestic mix, if you see, stands at around, the B2B stands at around 40%, supplies products to almost all major agrochemical companies. And they also have B2C, wherein they sell through 5,000 distributors and has presence across 24 locations. Talking about exports, they do have 20% exports. The contribution is at 20%, and they export to almost 37 countries, and they are expanding differentiated product offerings globally. They're also into white label and white label model, wherein they develop patented product under its own brand and later give them to the co-marketing partners. And the patented products, if you see, contribute almost 17 to 20% of revenue, and contribution has risen sharply in the last few years. And management wants this share to increase further, as it is kind of a high margin segment. The existing facility can support 1,900 to 2,000 crores of revenue, and the peak utilization can reach around 90%. They do have expansion strategy where the current capacity is sufficient for the next 3 years. Debottling can create additional capacity, and focus is shifting towards low volume and high value products. So do keep a watch on this counter as well. Well, Narendra, coming to you on this GSP Crop, the stock is already up 5 to 6%. What's your view on the overall fertilizer and agrochemical sector, and of course on GSP?
See, overall in agrochemical sector, we prefer agrochemical companies in comparison with the fertilizer companies. And within the agrochemical companies, our topics are Sumitomo Chemicals and Sumitomo Chemicals, because it is having a portfolio of balanced portfolio of technical as well as formulated products with a well backward integrated manufacturing facilities for some of its product, and its parent also has a very wide portfolio wherein the domestic Indian company can actually fall back upon to its parents in order to launch new products as well as new molecules in the market. So Sumitomo Chemical we prefer in this space right now.
Got that view. Well, moving on, Philatex India, let's see what that stock is doing, because the stock is up almost 30% in July so far. Today it's up almost 10% and at highest level since December 2024. But we do have Jasmeet to give us more details on that.
Well, Varsha, thank you for that. Let's quickly understand what does the company do. Well, the company operates as a platform which manufactures and trades in synthetics material. Now, in terms of the industry they serve into, they serve textile, apparel, technical textile customers, both domestically and globally. If you look at the stock performance, as rightly said, the stock has been in traction and gained about 30% so far in July. The stock is seeing traction on the back of various fronts. The first one is the overall UK FTA deal being signed on July 15th. That's getting the momentum for this particular counter, and even the management has stated that they remain bullish on this particular trade deal as well. The second reason is the brokerage are getting bullish on this particular counter given the growth it has given in the past. Now, when you look at the performance of this company in last 5 days, it has gained about 13%. Now, let's quickly understand the FY26, which was a quite strong year for the company. If you look at the profitability, the profitability has stayed strong for the company. Though the revenue was flattish, the bottom line grew pretty well for the company. In terms of the overall production and other details, the company's production has stayed flat on YOY basis, and also even the sales has stayed flat for the company. If you look at the capex plan, the company company is bullish on its capex, is planning to almost invest about 690 crore in the coming years and to build more factories. And the company also states the current utilization is at 75% versus industry level 60%. And they call out due to the West Asian war, they had impact on the overall input cost by 40 to 50 odd %. And going ahead, they plan on hedging all this cost.
Right. The next stock that remains in focus today is Popular Vehicles. That stock has been buzzing. Let's get in part to understand what could be the potential reason. At one point of time, the stock was trading around 98, 99 rupees. It has come up from the day's highest point. But Parth, anything that you're picking up here?
Yeah, that's right. At the day's high point, the stock had hit the highest level in the last 33 trading sessions, and this was the biggest single day gain the stock had seen since April 2026. In fact, volumes today are also 6 times the 20-day average. If we talk about the company a little bit first, then they basically act as a dealership for many big car brands like Maruti, JLR, Audi, Bharat Benz, Tata CV, and Ather as well. And they operate across various states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Telangana, and Punjab as well. Now, the key trigger is that they're shifting their focus towards that high margin recurring services. Of course, FY27 was really good for the company after the GST 2.0 pushed that passenger vehicles, and also the infrastructure spending has given commercial vehicles a really good growth. But for FY27, management has guided has given a good guidance of high double-digit revenue growth while targeting EBITDA margins in the range of 4.8 to 5%. The management is also expecting sustainable PAT profitability from Q2 of FY27 with a focus on that service repairs and spare segment, which basically gives them higher margins. So the key growth drivers from now on for the company will be that increase in passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles demand, along with that EV business scaling up, because they also act as a dealership for Ather as well. And the key monitorable going forward will be that how quickly they are able to scale their services business, because that is something that gives them quality earnings and better margins.
Right, understood. Well, thank you so much, Parth, for that. Moving on, SG Finserv, let's pull that stock up, because yesterday the company came out with its Q1 results, and post that they've given a good guidance as well, and hence we are seeing the stock is up almost 4%. But let's bring Shivam to give us more details on that.
The stock has witnessed a strong momentum on the back of the Q1 FY27 results, and the company is mainly in supply chain financing. And talking about the Q1 FY27 results, the company has achieved its all-time high loan book, and also due to the cost optimization, the cost to income has remained below 15% for this quarter. The company has said that it will focus on mainly the product launches, partnerships, and cost control going forward. And the company also remains well capitalized, and the company believes that there is enough headroom for growth going forward too. In terms of loan book, the company has gone up. The company's loan book has gone up by 82%, and the PAT has also increased substantially by 119% on YOY basis. In terms of guidance, the company has said that maintain the AUM guidance between 25 to 30% on a CAGR basis. In terms of returns on asset, it will be maintained on around 4.5 to 5%. And the one important thing to note is that the NPAs are still negligible, and going forward also, and net non-performing assets are expected to be in the same range. In terms of stock performance also, the company has given a positive returns on a year till date basis.
Well, NPA is negative, and PAT growth expected at 30 to 35%. Thank you, Shivam, for that, for all the details. But with that, viewers, it's time to wrap this edition of Small Cap Bazaar. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे। गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा। आप अपना देख लो।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
Investment in securities market are subject to market risks. Read all the related documents carefully before investing.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार। प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक। An initiative by Gautam Adani.
As India's mobility story is racing into a new future, it's in search for a new fuel map. Electric, ethanol, hydrogen, CNG, hybrid. What will power India next? India's sharpest mobility minds come together to decode the fuel mix that will define the road ahead. The NDTV Automate Fuel and Future Summit 2026 on 15 July only on NDTV Network.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need.
Good afternoon, you're watching Ask Profit Afternoon Edition on NDTV Profit. This is the show where we get all your stock related queries answered from our fundamental and technical guests. Well, before we start that, if you look at the markets for the better part of the trading session, we were trading close to 150 odd points higher in trade. But in the last 1 hour, we have seen a sharp fall coming into the markets. Nifty tried to find some support around the 24,000 level, and right now we are trading just 30 points higher compared to what we were doing yesterday. When it comes to the Nifty Bank Index, that's relatively better placed, up around 250 odd points. 57,700 is the level where we are trading at. And when you look at the indices, Nifty Metal and FMCG are the top sectoral losers in trade. FMCG partly also because of the sharp fall that we saw in the share prices of Patanjali. And on the gaining side is the PSU Bank Index and Energy. Energy is up largely because of the oil marketing companies that we are seeing trading higher in trade, while PSU Bank's gains here are largely led by stocks like Bank of India, Union Bank. Union Bank came out with its numbers. Central Bank of India, Bank of Maharashtra. So smaller PSU banks have been gaining in trade, and that is one of the major reasons why the PSU Bank Index is also up in trade. And on the FNO side, it's ABB India, Bandhan Bank, Hitachi Energy, GE Vernova, all up more than 3% in trade. ICICI Prudential Life came out with their Q1 numbers. The stock is up nearly 4% in trade. And when it comes to the losing side, it's Patanjali, as we mentioned earlier, down 15%, followed by Tata Elxsi, weak set of numbers, down 5%. Delivery down around 3 odd % in trade. But let's welcome in our fundamental guest. Firstly, Tapan Doshi has joined us, and let's start the first query coming in is from Manshu, and he's holding the shares of Biocon, and he actually wants to know whether should he continue to keep this stock or sell at the current price post the exit that we have seen from one of the investors, that is Mylan. Tapan, any view on Biocon?
Good afternoon, Sumit. Now, see, Biocon is struggling little bit. If you see, they have already high debt. And again, now USA, FDA regulatory issues are already there. Generic pricing pressure is there. Again, now in future, biosimilars growth will be there, but I think still the margins are not going up. Again, the R&D expenses on the higher side. Honestly, I am not too much on bullish on it. So if it comes up, no, better to exit from the stock and go to other good pharmaceutical companies.
Well, the next query is coming in from Rajesh from Bangalore. He's holding 700 shares of Geo Finance, bought at a price of 336. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter, average it at lower levels. He can continue to hold this stock for the next 3 years. Tapan, any view on Geo Finance?
Yeah, see, because his tenure is on the longer side, not 3 years. I think this stock will come up. Of course, the lending AUM is no scaling rapidly. Mutual fund business is also expanding. Digital finance platform is also scaling. The only thing is the valuation is on a higher side, but I think all these segment will start giving good profitability in future. So maybe 1 or 2 quarter things will be changing. So yes, hold this stock for the longer term. It's this level, yes, you can hold it.
Let's also welcome in the technical guest Rahul Sharma, Executive Director and Head of Technicals and Derivative Research with JM Financial. Rahul, the first query coming to you is on Hitachi Energy. Jeet from Kolkata wants to know, he has bought few call options of Hitachi Energy and he wants to know whether can the share prices move higher side in the next 7 to 8 days. Any view on Hitachi Energy?
Yeah, I think he can continue to stay put in the call options. In the last 2 trading sessions, the stock has reversed. The volumes today are specifically on the future side are pretty strong. So one can look to stay put in the calls or stay open in the calls. The targets are around the vicinity of 35,000 in the next 3-4 trading sessions.
Queries from Reddy from Mysore. He's holding few shares of NCC, bought at a price, bought at current market price. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter for long term. Tapan, any view here?
Yeah, please hold this stock. I think the valuation currently is okay and many contracts are there with them. Of course, the revenue growth will be 15 plus from here. Order inflow is healthy, strong infrastructure pipeline, and I'm okay with the valuation. So please hold this stock currently.
Queries for you, Rahul. It's on Suzlon. Vijayan from Chennai has bought Suzlon. He wants to know whether any targets on this counter that he could give for the month end.
So Suzlon, if you look at the way the stock has taken a beating, especially in the last 10 or trading sessions, it is trading very close to a crucial support of 50 rupees. My sense is it should see a bounce back from around 50 odd levels. Advice to keep a stop loss placed just a shade below that, maybe at 49.5. And if the bounce back happens, I think the first target should be placed around 58.60 on the upside. So as of now, the view is to be buying on the dip. 50 is a crucial support to keep an eye on in the next couple of trading sessions.
Next query is for you again, Rahul. It's on Paras Defense. Raj wants to know whether should he make a fresh entry from short-term perspective on this counter.
Yeah, so defense counters have been losing steam after the run-up that we saw recently. Paras Defense in particular is trading close to its support area of 1200, and the view is to wait for the first move to happen in the stock. In case the stock trades below its 5-day EMA, approximately around the 1235 mark, we should see a bit of a momentum coming back into the counter where targets would open up for 1300, 1350 as well. So I would rather wait and watch, keep this on my radar. The moment it crosses 1235 on the upside is when I look to buy into this counter with the stop loss maybe at 1190.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on JB Chemicals. Siddhi Amre has bought few shares around 515. She wants to know whether should she continue to hold this counter or exit. She's currently sitting on some profit here.
No, hold this counter. No, if you say the last few quarters, things were better. Again, some new patents are coming. Also, the management is quite bullish. They are saying that double-digit growth will be there. Again, across geography, their export is also expanding. So yes, please hold this stock. I think 1 or 2 years, this will give you a good return.
Right, our first live caller is coming in from Bangalore. Sangeet, you can go ahead and ask your query.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. You can ask your query.
Sir, I'm holding currently ICICI Prudential Life Insurance stock of 5,000 quantities at 500, 500 per share. Can I hold or spare it off?
For long term or short term?
Short term.
Okay, Rahul, any view on ICICI Pru?
Yeah, we maintain a positive outlook on the same. Technically, the stock has headroom until 550 on the upside, so one can stay put with the revised stop loss of rupees 500.
Is for you, Tapan. It's on Mankind Pharma. Gautam from USA wants to know whether is it a right time to enter this counter for the next 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, the stock is good. Even if you see the profitability is good, a good pipeline. Again, no, their margin is increasing, and domestic segment is doing very well for Mankind, especially generic department. So if he wants to enter, I think around 2,500 he can enter. I think the stock is good. Keep it for the long term.
Next query is again for you, Tapan. It's on Protein eGov. Lakshmi from Hyderabad is holding 15 shares, bought at a price of 770, currently sitting on a loss. Should she continue to hold this counter? She's a long-term investor.
No, I'm not too much bullish on this stock. No, again, specific segment, also no quite vulnerable if some policy changes. If you see last few quarters are also not so great. So if she gets chance, once it comes up, please get out from the stock and move to other good quality stock.
Okay, the next query is for you, Rahul. It's on Power Grid. Daksh from Pune is holding few shares of Power Grid. He wants to know whether can the share prices touch the level of 300 rupees in coming days.
Yeah, so power stocks have taken a backseat after the onset of the monsoon in most parts of the country. Now, technically, the stock is pretty much sideways with supports placed at 278 on the downside, resistance at 287 odd. So as of now, it's literally no man's land. I think once it crosses to 288, 286 on the upside, that is when one can expect a bit of a momentum to come back with targets opening up for 294. In case the long positions are there, keep a stop loss placed at 278 on a straight basis.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on IRB Infra. E. Venkataraman from Bangalore is holding 2,950 shares of IRB Infra, bought at a price of 23, currently sitting on a loss. He can hold this counter for more than 1 year. Should he do that?
Well, honestly, I am not too much bullish about this stock. No, it's not been performing well. Again, lot of volatility. Also, interest cost is much higher side. Project execution risk is there. Again, regulatory, traffic risk is also there. So yes, I'm not too much sure about this stock. So my take is to sell and go to better quality stock.
Okay, the next query is for you, Rahul. It's on Bank of India. Bhaskar from Telangana has bought 3,000 shares at a price of 153. He wants to know whether should he sell or hold.
Yeah, as a disclaimer, we have recommended this stock to our clients today. The stock is technically coming out of the recent consolidation, and we remain positive on the same for a target of 160 on the upside. So one can continue to stay invested in the same. And as a stop loss, 142 is what we recommend at these levels as a stop loss.
The next query is for you, Tapan. Mehta from USA is holding shares of Chambal Fertilizer right from the time of IPO. Currently sitting on a good amount of gains here. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold Chambal Fertilizer or reallocate the money to some other sector.
No, better to reallocate. No, if you see, no, it's been very volatile stock. Again, no, government policy dependency is there. Gas price volatility also persists for this stock. Again, monsoon variability also risky. So, lot of if and buts are there. So, if he is there for the long term, I think better to sell as he is already in a good gain. I think better like bank, NBFC, defense, power. These are some of the area. Even so these are the area where he can enter.
The next query is for you, Rahul. It's on HFCL. Krishna from Chennai wants to buy the shares of HFCL around 100 odd shares for the next 3 to 6 months. Should he do that?
Yes, so the stock is pretty strong on the daily charts. I assume it is trading at an upper circuit. but the trend remains very much positive, and we could very well see the stock head in the vicinity of 240 to 250 on the upside. So in case the circuit filter opens, look to buy around 220 odd levels with the stop loss placed at 205 and maybe a time frame of 5 to 10 trading sessions is what we see.
Okay. The next query is from Madhav Ratna. It's again a short-term query coming in for you, Rahul. He has shares of Vinlas Biotech, around 1,100 shares that he has bought, and at a price of 845. Should he continue to hold this Vinlas Biotech?
Yeah, so as of now, the technical setup of the stock is not so clear, so it wouldn't be prudent to advise on the same. However, as a stop loss, one can keep a stop loss at yesterday's lows level for the same. And in case the setup improves, one can look to add at the higher levels. As of now, it is in a no trade zone.
The next query is coming in from Kiran from Bangalore. He's holding 200 shares of KRN Heat Exchangers. Average purchase price is 1,338. Any short-term view on this, Rahul?
Yeah, so this looks pretty solid on the charts. Today it has broken out. Volumes have been higher than average. From a positional perspective, one can expect 1360 to 1380 on the upside and can be bought at these levels. The stop loss placed at 1220.
Next query is coming in from Bangalore. Nandagopal wants to know whether is it a right time to enter Kusumgarh for long term. It's the stock listed today sitting on a gains of around 40% on the listing day. Tapan, any view on this recently listed counter?
See, today, of course, the stock has a good listing, but valuation is on a higher side. Of course, if you see the segment which this stock is, it's quite good. Defense, aerospace, and no, they have a niche area. But I think the valuation is on a higher side. So wait for the dip, maybe 15-20% down, he can enter for the long term.
Next query is for you, Tapan, again. It's on Bajaj Hindustan Sugar. Jivan Sharma from Ghaziabad is holding 18,400 shares, bought at a price of 22 rupees. Nearly 2 months back. He wants to know whether should he continue to hold this counter given the turnaround in results that we had seen, and also given the fact that Bajaj Hindustan is a good ethanol story.
Well, your entry and exit should be very good, honestly, because see, currently, if you see the debt already is the concern for this company. Sugar price volatility is always there. Of course, ethanol demand remains strong from here, and government policy is supportive, but working capital intensity and all that is putting pressure on the margins and all that. See, I'm not too much bullish about the stock. Long term, no. I think for a swing trading and all that you can do. So if it comes up, better to get out.
Next query is for you, Rahul. It's on Cupid. Gokul from Chennai has bought 300 shares of Cupid at a price of 200 rupees. Should he hold, sell, or buy more?
Well, the stock is still very much in an uptrend. We saw the recent dip get bought into in a very classical way. So can stay invested in the same. I think next probable targets are in the vicinity of 240 to 245. However, a trailing stop loss is mandatory, and 213 would be the trailing stop loss at current levels.
Snigdha from Delhi has bought few shares of Jindal Saw at a price of 214, currently sitting on some profits. Should she continue to hold or sell? Tapan, any view on this, Jindal Saw?
Well, this stock, I think a lot of volatility will be there. And currently, if you see the financials and all that, that's okay. But still, I feel a lot of margin pressure will there in the future. I think one should wait for the next quarter and take a decision. So currently hold, but just see the quarter. If not, then I think she should move out.
Next query is for you, Tapan. Again, it's on LG Equipments. Shri from Coimbatore wants to know whether is it a right time to enter this counter for the next 1 year.
LG, okay. LG Equipment it's a good company. If you see the profitability is good, management commentary is good, and again the segment which are is quite in demand. I think some of the new products also coming which will have a good demand in future. So just please hold this stock for the long term.
Next query is for you again, Tapan. It's on Vinati Organics. Ramesh from Chennai wants to buy or has bought around 100 shares of Vinati Organics at a price of 1,315. Should he continue to hold for long term?
Well, I think now still the no margin pressure will be there. Again, now you can see the sales revenue is not going up so much. Volatility will be there. Again, the demand is still in the pressure. So currently, this is not the time. I'll wait for one or more two quarter to get into this stock. If he's already holding, please hold it. But I think don't add the stock.
Well, before we take our next query, let's get in Rishabh to understand what are the changes or what the cabinet has cleared when it comes to the semiconductor policy here.
Absolutely. What we have coming in from the cabinet is the approval for the ISM 2.0 or the Indian Semiconductor Mission 2.0. This is the second iteration of India's chip mission, and this is going to be bigger and better is what we're given to understand. Roughly 1.25 lakh crores worth of outlay is what has been given for this particular mission. Remember, the first one had an outlay of roughly 76,000 crores. So this one is just about 50,000 crore rupees bigger than the previous one. The term for this one is also expected to be extended from 5 years to 12 years, so as to give a longer gestation to these projects, because chip projects, chip facilities, they take a lot of time to mature and develop, and that is something that they also want to be doing. What we also have is, of course, the fact that the cabinet has cleared the new investment policy for the urea sector as well. That's what we can confirm here on NDTV Profit. There's the continuation for the urea subsidy that is also being given for the year of FY26 and FY27. That is what we can expect. Apart from these two, another big announcement that is expected from the cabinet is the clearance for a new mobile manufacturing scheme. Now, the exact contours of which will be shared later, but what we are given to understand is that this will be yet another step in India's ambitions to sort of become an electronics, big electronics export hub, as well as an electronics manufacturer. This is a sector that has done really well over the past 5 to 6 years. Electronics have become a very, very large chunk of India's total export. And now what we'll see is that the mobile manufacturing is set to receive yet another impetus. So 3 key decisions, apart from more that could come in from today's cabinet briefing.
Right, thank you, Rishabh, for all that information. Moving on to our rapid fire segment, would request both our guests, Tapan and Rahul, to keep your answers short. Starting off with Anant Raj, it's for you, Rahul. The viewer wants to know whether should he buy this counter from medium-term perspective.
Yes, one can look to buy for a target of 625.
Yeah. The next query is again for you, Rahul. It's on Tata Motors passenger vehicle. Rahul Sharma has... Okay, it's actually for you, Rahul. So, yeah, the viewer has bought around 2,200 shares at a price of 393. Should he continue to hold this counter?
Exit.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on NTPC. Manav from Gurugram is holding 50 shares at an average price of 350 for the last 20 months. Should he continue to hold?
Yeah, please hold.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Texmaco Rail. Raja from Chennai is holding 78 shares, bought at a price of 257. Should he hold, sell or average?
Hold.
Average.
Okay. The next query is for you, Rahul. It's on Anant Raj or Tata Power. Mahesh wants to know which counter should he buy from short-term perspective. Rahul?
Yeah, so between the two, Tata Power has better risk reward.
Next query is for you, Tapan. It's on PI Industries. Dilip wants to know whether should he invest in PI Industries from long-term perspective.
Yeah, on dips.
The next query is for you, Rahul. It's on Nuvama Wealth. Suraj from Dubai wants to know whether should he continue to hold the 75 shares that he has for the next 12 months.
Can continue to hold.
The next query is for you, Tapan. Prakesh from Kochi is holding 1,250 shares of Imami, bought at a price of 418. Should he continue to hold this counter?
Hold.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Gujarat Pipa Vav. Ramesh from Chennai wants to buy this counter. He has already bought 500 shares. Should he continue to hold this?
Yeah, maybe 5-10% down he can buy.
The next query is for you, Rahul. It's on Sansera Engineering. Bindu is holding 30 shares, bought at a price of 1,350. Should she hold, add or sell?
Sell, book profits.
Next query is for you, Rahul. Again, it's on Chalet Hotels. The viewer wants to know whether it's the right time to buy this counter.
Yes.
Okay, the next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Paras Defense. Matthew from Bangalore has bought 600 shares at a price of 1,275. He's a long-term investor. Should he continue to hold?
Yeah, please hold.
The next query is for you, Tapan. Sugunakar from Vijayawada is holding 69 shares of M&M, bought at a price of 2,963. Should he continue to hold or sell?
Hold, and you can add also on dips.
The next query is for you, Rahul. It's on Sagility. Raja Shekhar from Hyderabad is holding 1,000 shares of Sagility, bought at a price of 43. Can he hold or sell?
He can add target of 46.48.
The next query is for you, Tapan. It's on Force Motor. The viewer has around 9 shares of Force Motor, bought at a price of 18,817. Should he continue to hold?
Yeah, please hold.
The next query is for you, Rahul. It's on KPIT Tech. The viewer has around 1,000 shares, currently sitting on a loss. Should he continue to hold, sell or average?
Sell.
Well, that was the last query. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Tapan, for joining us and answering all the queries of our guests. We managed to take around 123 queries in the morning edition and in the afternoon edition. Well, with that, it's a wrap on this edition. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
We are over, Jimmy.
हे, लाइफ में स्क्रैचेस तो आएंगे. गाड़ी के स्क्रैचेस को तो कॉस्मो पीपीएफ संभाल लेगा. आप अपना देख लो.
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों.
Ready for the next big IPO? Apply for it on Grow. Open your free demat account, check all IPO details, apply easily in a few taps. And that's it. Download Grow now for stocks, mutual funds and IPOs.
That if a boy from Ahmedabad with no capital and no connections could build, then there must be 1,000 more Gautam Adanis sitting undiscovered.
जिनके आइडियाज हैं दमदार, वो सब हैं वंदे भारतम के नेशनल स्टेज के हकदार. प्रो इनोवेटर्स, रजिस्ट्रेशन करो wandebharatam.org पर 19 जुलाई तक. An initiative by Gautam Adani.
यही है वंदे भारत.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
As India's mobility story is racing.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching India Market Close. My name is Alex Matthew. With me is Hiral Dadia. We're coming to you live from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio. It's been an action-packed day so far because we've touched the highs and we've swung all the way to the lows. Pull up the intraday chart for the Nifty 50 and you'll see what I'm talking about. We started strong and then look at that. We just crashed off a cliff and we're trading not too far away from the low point of the day.
I mean, what is interesting is that we did not really break that 24,000 mark, so there is good support coming in there. What is interesting also, Alex, is where there is no reason for this fall. It is not expiry.
Yeah.
You've not seen any major selling that's come in. So what has caused this is something that we need to see over here. But again, from the lowest levels, we've recovered slightly. Not sure if we'll be able to recover the full 200 points of the cuts that have come in so far from the day's highest levels. Let's actually first look at the Nifty heat map and then we'll look at the sectoral heat map as well.
Yeah, let's look at the heat map for the Nifty 50. There is actually more green on the screen than when you started the session. Of course, earlier on during the time when the equity markets and the Nifty 50, the benchmark was at the high point of the day, of course, you would have had more green on the screen. But what's gaining ground, you have Eternal, Ultratech, HDFC Life. That texture was a little different at the start. You had Shriram Finance, for example, that was up and about. You had a couple of other financial names. Axis Bank was in the top, whereas Axis Bank is now trading with cuts of about 0.8%. Bharti Airtel also trading with cuts of thereabouts. So Infi, Wipro, and
the cuts
a couple
have
of
deepened
others
slightly over there.
No, they started off very weak.
Yeah.
The IT pack as a whole, they've actually come off. So if you pull up the Nifty IT index before we go into the sectoral picture, you'll see what I'm talking about, because at one point you had very sharp cuts at the bottom, right? And then you come off quite sharply from that point, now trading.
We're trying to get back to the day's highs. I think let's look at the contributors on Nifty 50 as well, because that will also give you a fair bit of an idea as to which are the stocks which are languishing right now. Interestingly, it's L&T which is contributing the most, along with the Bharti Airtel. Infosys was there to some extent. Axis Bank, which Alex was mentioning. What's caught up to the rally is a HDFC Bank. Good recovery there. Eternal, Bajaj Finance, Ultratech is what you're looking at. Let's look at the sectoral heat map and then we'll look at the broader markets as well, because everyone is looking at the broader markets in terms of trading bets. But right now, majority of your sectors are trading in the green. What's not working today is metals. Slight bit of softness coming in there, 0.6% lower. Consumption, IT, real estate and infra. That's where the pressure points are. But consumer durables is interestingly up in trade. Oil and gas, oil has not really done anything in terms of Brent, but you are seeing those gains of 0.8% there. PSU Bank Index, Alex, that is very interesting. 0.8% higher. So there is that outperformance coming in from the PSU banking space versus the private banking space to some extent.
And the Nifty Bank is also outperforming the benchmark Nifty 50 as things stand right now, possibly on account of the PSU banking pack, which incidentally over the course of the last couple of sessions has been under a tad bit of pressure, particularly in trade yesterday. But pull up the intraday chart for the mid cap index and the small cap index. The small cap index is where you're seeing strength. So you've gained quite a bit of ground from the low point of the day, those gashes that took place, 0.5% gains for the Nifty mid cap 150 and about 0.7% for the small cap 250. Pull up the advanced decline ratio also just to complete that picture, because you will have seen quite the closing of the gap. This is when the markets dropped quite considerably across the board and you're still seeing advances that are ahead of declines right now.
Yeah, let's look at, even the NSE 500 or the BSE 500 components in terms of individual stocks. Nuvoco Vistas, 2 consecutive sessions of gains to brokerages are absolutely positive. Aegis Logistics, in fact, the entire logistics space is seeing some bit of a buzz. L&T Tech reacting to numbers. Birla Corp, Avanti, Shoppers Stop, HFCL, a few of the other ones. Tata Elxsi reacting to numbers again. It's very interesting because L&T Tech and Tata Elxsi, somewhere similar kind of businesses, and both of them have reported numbers and trading in opposite reactions. Zensar Tech, Adani Power, Adani Green. Delivery is another one on the back of the NBFC arm license that they're procuring. A logistics company getting into an NBFC side of business. And I think that's what the street is not happy with.
You spoke with the management of Patanjali, didn't you?
Yeah, and Patanjali, that's one what I missed. But that has also seen a sharp recovery from an 18 to 19% drop. The stock has recovered, now seeing cuts of around 13 to 14% as well.
We should talk about the factors.
Yeah, this is interesting right now in terms of individual stocks, but let's actually address what's happening in terms of individual levels as well. your support range, 23,800 to 20,400 is what you're tracking in terms of Nifty 50. So there is that volatility that continues, and that's what you've seen on the screens. Bank Nifty support range is coming in at 57,200 to 57,600 as well. So these two numbers become absolutely crucial. Now, as Alex was mentioning, your small and mid-cap space is way better placed as compared to your benchmarks, or better placed than the benchmark. So that is a factor you should be looking at. A concerning factor is the rupee weakness right now. So that is something you should be watching out for. Again, PSU buying, strong buying in PSU banks. Your IT stocks, the anticipation was that because IBM cracked in trade yesterday on the back of the commentary and numbers, you could see a major reaction, but there is some bit of resilience with regards to where IT stocks go. So that's with regards to where overall IT counters are concerned, Alex. So I think this is interesting right now.
Let's cut across to the Union Bank presser where Piyush Shukla is in conversation with the management. Let's listen into what they have to say.
I think you all have noticed that it was a pseudonymous sort of thing, and it was not any base of that. Whomsoever has circulated that, and the stickiness, my CFO has told, which is around 94, 95, 96.
Okay. So I think we're having a little bit of an issue with that feed. We'll find out what exactly Piyush asked the management, and he should be available soon after the press conference to tell us what they're saying. All right. So the action today that you need to watch out for, the India-UK FTA comes into force. You have the FIFA World Cup as well, but you'll have to stay up pretty late to watch that. Hiral, are you going to catch it?
Let's see. But what's happened is in Bangalore, I think they've kept all the eateries open till 3 in the morning, only for screening the match, and that's a special permission that has been given in terms of Bangalore. So that is going to be interesting, at least for citizens of Bangalore.
And I don't know if that is the case. Then I wonder if the delivery partners are going to be delivering late tonight as well.
I'm sure at least they will be if we are not open. So let's try watching it and then see.
No, but the other thing is also there's an angle for revenue generation, right? For the quick commerce companies and for the food delivery companies. If restaurants are open, and particularly for an event of this scale, then that's when they make a lot of money.
And extra margins, because you're able to charge a surcharge fee as well, right? So that is the cherry on the topping for all of these companies. So interesting, but I think we do have the audio from the Union Bank press conference. Let's listen in.
Two states, more than 700 panchayat accounts we have opened in last, I think, maybe 20 days. It is not a matter, but then we are telling you that to what extent we are going for this. And see, again, it is more than 2.35 basis point, 2.35 percentage point CASA, and we are sticking to it. We are sticking on a quarter to quarter. I think that is also a very good color that we are having the. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So Union Bank of India has posted its numbers. By the way, you'll have the ability to listen to a conversation with the management later today. Stock is not doing too much, up about 1.4%. I think it might have reacted initially to its numbers and that's cooled off just a tad bit. We've got Nilesh Jain, who's the Vice President, Head of Technical and Derivative Research at Centrum FinServe, joining us, as well as Deven Choksi, the Managing Director of DR Choksi FinServe. Gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time. Let me first ask you, Nilesh, what do you think of the benchmark action today and the market action broadly as well? Because you saw falling off the cliff midway through the session. What are the reasons why you think that would have happened, and what's the kind of strategy that you would suggest?
Very good afternoon to you, Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. Alex, it's kind of a similar move that we saw yesterday as well, where the Nifty has found support at 24,000 and cooled off from the highs. But today, it made an attempt to test 24,200 level, but could not surpass the same. If you look at the derivative data, 24,200 on the call side is a strike which has meaningful OI concentration. That is restricting the upside for the Nifty index. At the same time, good part is that the Nifty is finding its support at 24,000 in last 3 consecutive sessions. So as long as it trades above the same, there are high possibility of Nifty breaking about 24,200 going forward. So the broader setup is no doubt looking positive with a buy and decline kind of a strategy, keeping a stop loss below 24,000 on the closing basis. Another positive development is that India VIX volatility index also cooled off by 3%, and it is trading comfortably near about 13 level. The good part, another positive factor is the banking that is showing some bit of outperformance along with the broader markets. So 57,200 is strong support for the Bank Nifty, and we expect a gradual uptick towards 58,000, and a break above 58,000 will attract a short covering towards 58,500 and above the same. So overall, looks like a consolidation going on in the market as of now, and focus should be on stock-specific action.
So focus on stock-specific action. There is some bit of consolidation that's happening. In fact, let's get in Deven Choksi as well. Deven, good afternoon and welcome. This is Hira on the side. My question to you is, in mid-day of trade, we've seen the sudden volatility that has come in. We have corrected from the day's highest levels. What is the setup looking like? Are you seeing any reasons for this correction today?
Yeah, good afternoon, Hiral. Not really, frankly. I think this market is going to be volatile market, and that is what is fully understood by all of us for a variety of reasons. I don't think that any particular move has put the market at this point of time, and maybe I always believe that I think this kind of fall in the market in individual stock case, I think is becoming a buy opportunity, because yes, do agree that uncertainty on the in the Iran-US related activity, I think is definitely putting many people off. But at the same time, some of the individual stocks, they definitely give you the opportunity during this kind of fall, or maybe I think the kind of volatility that you are experiencing. So our eyes are largely trained on the quarterly results, the commentary coming out of that quarterly results, and where exactly the prospects lying ahead for the companies in the balance 9 months of the financial year. That's where I think we are right now more focusing at this point of time.
Right. So that's where the focus is. In fact, Nilesh, before we get to our next piece, which is the stock of the day, what would your top picks be?
Yeah, Cyril, couple of recommendations. First of all, Voltas is showing a very good momentum in last few trading session, and the setup is looking strong on the chart. Even on derivative front, we have seen some bit of a short covering move as well. So overall, looks good for 1410 to 1430 kind of levels on the upside. So keeping a stop loss below 1355, Voltas is a buy. And apart from that, if you see another stock that is looking positive is BHEL, BAIL. This particular counter has also found a very good support at 375, 380 level, and we are witnessing a strong momentum in last few trading session, and also given a good breakout today. So follow-up trade is something that we are expecting in BHEL towards 425 to 430. So keeping a stop loss below 405, BHEL is also a buy.
Okay, all right. Let's head over now to talk about bullish brokerages, recycling, venture, capacity expansion, and sustainability tailwinds that are seeing Filatechs going towards a growth path, and the stock is up as much as 12.5%. We've selected it as the stock of the day. Bear in mind, though, that this is a stock with a market capitalization of just over 3,000 crore rupees, so it could be prone to volatility. But we've got Jasmeet joining in to talk about why the stock is buzzing in trade today. Jasmeet?
Well, Alex, thank you for that. As rightly said, this counter is quite interesting given the way company is pivoting itself. Bit about the stock performance of this company, it's up 12% in today's trade, but over last 5 years, the stock has given a return of 24%. That basically means per year the stock has grown 3 to 4%. Now, in terms of the key triggers in today's trade and what's happening with this particular counter, is the brokerage, the Sunidhi brokers initiates coverage on this particular counter, and they see an upside of roughly 120% from here on, and they're targeting the overall stock price to reach 150 rupees by in this particular year. Now, when we look at the other key triggers, we also have UK, India, FTA as well coming in line from 15th of July, where the management also remains bullish on expanding its business via the UK subsidiaries. And the next one is the company's pivot that the company is doing and converting and transforming itself from a regular polyester textile manufacturer to a recycled textile manufacturer. So what the company is doing is, the company's current business model is to acquire raw materials, convert them into polyester, and then supply to textile manufacturers. But now company is moving this entire business via its arm Ecosys, where it's trying to make cloth, the textile, from the waste. So basically from old waste, it's trying to convert and make a cloth. So that's the new business model. It's one of the India's first business model so far, where we have seen people make textile out of the PET bottles, but the company is trying to make it out of the old clothes. And the reason why the company is doing it is for the increased margin, and that's why the stock is buzzing as well. The current business provides company a margin between 7 to 8%, but the recycled business will provide the margin to the company of about 30%. Now, what is company doing for the same? The company is creating a plant where the first plant would be somewhere between 26,000 MTPA, and further plans to 5x in the coming year and reach 1.5 lakh MTPA by FY30. But we have also seen that the company would plan to increase the entire structure of 5x, and they also see overall strengthening of this, given that it's a sustainable initiative by the company, and the company also notes there are a lot of attraction from the EU and from the UK where they want to shift them to sustainable material, and this would increase business spans for the company. Well, if we look at the next key trigger point for this particular counter is the deals that they have signed. Company has signed MOUs with Decathlon India and also America's firm E&E, where they are planning to expand and transfer the portfolio and sell the things to that particular, and they've already signed the MOU for the same. If you look at the next trigger points for this particular counter, the company is also trying to reduce the power by moving itself to a stream distribution system and reduce the overall power required to generate the textile. And lastly, the overall combined impact of the margin, given the change in the textile portfolio, is expected to be between 150 to 200 BPS by FY28. All in all, these are a few key trigger points for the company, and that is when stock is pivoting. And if the ecosystem, what the company is planning on, works out for the company, then the stock would see further hand of growth.
Thank you, Jasmeet, for that. In fact, Nilesh, on the charts, what do you make of an Ather? Because strong moves coming in there. I'm sorry, of a Filatex India.
Right, Hiral. So a very strong momentum. We have seen a very good breakout. A multi-year falling trend line breakout is visible on the chart. So look strong, and we can expect further upside towards 75 to 80 kind of levels on the upside. So overall, buy and decline should be the strategy. Not advisable to chase the momentum after 13% kind of a spurt in today's trading session. But it is still looking strong. By keeping a trailing stop loss below 65, one can stay invested, and fresh entry can be taken on declines.
Thank you for that. In fact, another stock that I want to discuss with Deven is Ather Energy. Now, from IPO price, if you have to look at Ather as well, a sharp surge is what we've seen. The stock is up nearly 300% from its IPO price. You have Hero Motor, which has pumped another 1,000 odd crores in the company. And as on June 2026, Hero Motor held close to 29.5% stake in Ather Energy, and it is classified as one of company's promoters as well. Now, they've approved raising 1,200 odd crores via equity. This is to India-Japan Fund at 1,230 rupees per share. And they will be allotting 76 lakh warrants to Hero Motor, for which Hero Motor has committed around 1,000 odd crores. So interesting numbers coming in there as well. But what do you make of Ather Energy, Deven? Because overall, you have the EV segment, which everyone is focusing on as well in the two-wheeler space. Ather somewhere is trying to catch up in terms of race as well, in terms of market share now.
Hiral, I think probably if you go by the China model and see how exactly in post 2020 in particular, how exactly China has penetrated the electric two-wheelers and particularly two-wheelers into their markets. I believe that I think there is a cue to be taken from this particular subject out here. The electric two-wheeler ecosystem is now fairly in place. We are also having a reasonably cost control and the battery side of the activity. And at the same time, battery as a service, I think, which is also available along with the finance. So given that kind of a move that we are experiencing in electric two-wheelers, some of these companies are experiencing significantly large amount of traction, which includes likes of Bajaj along with for the Chetak range of vehicle, and also their investment in Yulu, which is largely used for the services spectrum, I think, by the quick commerce guys. So I think this is where probably you are likely to see higher amount of growth prospects. And the kind of money that they are infusing in Ather at this point of time does suggest that they're seeing the roadmap ahead for higher amount of growth. Of course, the math will have to be carried out as far as I think what could be the total number and the prospects thereon. which I believe in due course of time, once we have more information, we'll be in a position to do so.
Deven bhai, a view on the broader automotive pack though, and let me throw in the CVs as well. In your pecking order, which would be your preference? Because you had a situation where the CV pack as a whole was expected to get a leg up with the ending of the geopolitical tension, but once again you have crude oil that spiked to 85. So is that a concern for you at all? And therefore, would you play the strong demand that seems to be visible in the passenger vehicle space?
Alex, the passenger vehicle will certainly be experiencing more demand. I think the argument goes same as it goes for the two-wheeler in the EV space. And largely, I think the passenger vehicles with the EV focus are likely to see higher amount of growth and the prospects thereon. In fact, just out of the study, I think on last Sunday, I stepped into, I think, both Tata Motor as well as Mahindra & Mahindra showroom to see how exactly the consumer is behaving. And probably, I think if you notice, those consumers are basically wanting to shift into the EV. That is what I think one message comes out very, very clearly. So from a perspective of looking at passenger vehicle along with two, three-wheelers, I think definitely the roadmap goes very clear as far as the EV is concerned. For the commercial vehicle segment in general, I believe that I think the growth is continuing and it is going to accelerate. Two or three important reasons. Of course, I think the economy per se is growing. Infrastructure projects are demanding more and more such kind of activity across, and that's where the commercial vehicle demand is. More importantly, we are also seeing traction due to the scrappage policy, which is now systematically, I think, getting inside as far as I think the scrapping of vehicle is concerned. And that's where we believe that I think the demand scenario is going to be remaining relatively strong. Likes of Tata Motors or even for that matter Eicher, I guess I think they remain relatively stronger companies. Ashok Leyland looks I think interesting too with the electric bus order that they have. However, slightly more expensive compared to other two. So maybe Tata Motors and Eicher Motors, I think both these companies remain relatively better in the commercial vehicle space from the investment perspective.
Okay, those are interesting picks coming in there, Deven. But stay with us. Somit Sarkar joins us with all the chatter from the dealing room. Somit, interesting one. Ather Energy, buzz of QIP opening soon. That khabar is confirmed. You did tell us on the 13th of July.
That is one thing that has been confirmed on that front. But yes, the company did not go ahead with the QIP. But yes, a fundraise has been confirmed from that news. But many other stocks that remain in focus, firstly it's Container Corp and Bandhan Bank. Dealers indicate that there are strong buy flows on institutional desks. Both foreign and domestic institutions have been accumulating this counter. Bandhan has been trading on the higher side right from the start of the day. Container Corp was down in trade but has recovered swiftly, and delivery volumes are expected to be on the higher side for both the counters. For RK Forgings, there's a buzz of a potential block deal happening very soon here. For Polycab, there are sell flows on the large HNI desks. Now, dealers are expecting a weak Q1 volume growth to come in, and post the results, dealers are also expecting a block deal that could happen when it comes to Polycab. For Kalyan Jewellers, there is the stock has gained over nearly 50% in the last few trading sessions. Now, this was largely on the back of a large FII buying shares from the open market, but dealers are now indicating that the last leg of buying is now happening and this will get over very soon. So keep an eye out for Kalyan Jewellers as well. Then there are a host of other counters like SRF, Jana Small Finance Bank and Tech Mahindra. There are buy flows on the large HNI and PMS desks. Dealers are expecting strong Q1 numbers from all the three names. And lastly, when it comes to the FMCG as a whole pack, there are sell flows across the board that we are seeing here. Dealers indicate that a negative note from a foreign broking firm is expected very soon on the entire space. So keep an eye out for the FMCG sector as well.
Got it. All right. Thanks so much, Somit, for that. So quite a few interesting stocks that Somit has already mentioned in that list. I do want to ask about a couple of them, though. The ones in which there seems to be buy flows on institutional desk, and that's Container Corporation of India, Concor, as well as Bandhan Bank. Nilesh, for both of those two counters, what's the view on the charts?
Well, Alex, out of both these two counters, Bandhan Bank is looking very strong on the chart. We have seen a very strong momentum of late, and today it has given a good breakout as well. So the setup is looking strong. with a good OI build up in today's trading session of close to 1.5%. So we may see a follow-up more on the upside towards 220, 225 kind of levels. 210 should be the stop loss. On the other hand, Container Corporation, see, we have seen some bit of rebound from the lower levels. Earlier, there was a kind of a dip we saw all the way towards 450 level. But now, with that rebound, the counter has reached to its 200-day long-term moving average, which is placed at 498. So the next leg of up move can only be seen post breakout above 498. Then the upside will open up for 520 to 540. At current level, one can keep a stop loss below 480 and remain on the long side.
Okay, so that's with regards to Container Corp as well. But moving on, let's just pull up Amara Raja Batteries and see what that stock is doing in trade. We know that, the company has a Giga Corridor, which is a major 9,500 crore advanced energy and lithium-ion battery manufacturing facility, which they have in Telangana, which spans over close to about 260 acres. And the project had aimed to establish a 16 gigawatt gigafactory for Leon cells and a 5 gigawatt battery pack production plant. In fact, my colleague Puneet, who is at the Amara Raja Giga Corridor in Telangana as we speak right now. Puneet, good afternoon. I know you've just reached the location. What are you picking up from there right now?
Well, thank you for that. As you rightly mentioned, this is the new plant in Telangana, and this will house the new energy business of the company. Now, you have to note that Amara Raja largely centralized in Andhra Pradesh. They have 10 plants there. And this is the first Giga Corridor coming up in Telangana. So this is about 90 minutes from Hyderabad. So we've flown through Hyderabad, 90 minutes to reach this particular location. And while we are still awaiting some more details, this could be a landmark event for the company and the start of their lithium-ion business, because this will have the customer qualification plant processes essentially. Now, in Q4 of FY26, the company had mentioned that the customer qualification process will start somewhere around June or July. So this could be one of those key events. Now, what does CQP mean? Is essentially that the company makes their lithium-ion battery products, which goes into electric two-wheelers and electric four-wheelers in smaller batches. And that is given to the customer to qualify, validate the same in their vehicles. Once that goes through, then come the big orders. So the one timeline that you have to note is that by 2027, somewhere around June, is what Amara Raja has already put this out, that 2 gigawatt capacity of the lithium-ion battery cells will come through. And today might be a landmark event for the start of that. So we're still awaiting some more details. As I mentioned, the Chief Minister of Telangana will also be here to go through the plant as well as the customer qualification process of what that is. But a lot more details will come through and emerge through. We'll also be speaking to the management at 5 p.m. today, Vikram Guruneni, who is the Executive Director of the New Energy Business. And the plant behind me, which you can see, will house this new business venture as well. So a lot more details to watch out for, but it is a key landmark event for Amara Raja today.
Thanks so much, and exciting to get those visuals coming through, and also we're curious to find out what the management has to say. Devin bhai, your thoughts on this massive capacity is being created in this business line that Amara Raja is working towards, and of course this is from the perspective of mobility. But even in the broader battery energy storage space, which is, I think, something that a lot of people are focusing on, capacity is being built. Where do you see the opportunities?
In fact, the tailwind has happened more because of the government's regulation, particularly for the renewable energy segment, wherein they made it mandatory from 1st April onwards to have 20% of their renewable energy capacity as a storage, I think, requirement, compulsory storage requirement. Now, given this compulsory storage requirement, which is basically happening, it is giving birth or maybe accelerating the process of battery energy storage solution, that is BESS. And many of the companies which actually have started getting into it, I think they have started building the plant. Now, for companies like Exide or Amara Raja, they are actually, I think, getting into the cell manufacturing, and from cell manufacturing to the battery management system for the storage purpose is a complete value chain that they are incorporating into the setup. I believe that the current start which they are having with the capacity could possibly be a starter, because the amount of new energy storage requirement that the country would be experiencing in next 4 to 5 years, given the size of renewable energy that we are building in. Today, we are about 286 gigawatt of renewable energy portfolio in the country, which is likely to be 500 gigawatt or even in 2030 or maybe even before that. That's what I think we get to hear from the companies. Should that happen, then most of these BESS companies, including the lithium and cell manufacturers and the battery management solution provider, I think will be in significantly high amount of demand. Remember well, it's a tailwind. Capital investment in this business is really high, and the kind of return that in initial period that you would get, I think would be really small. That is what I think we calculate from numbers. So investors must exercise caution not to get carried away with it. Yes, demand scenario is going to be big, but at the same time, I think the profits will take some time before it actually start maturing into the books of this company.
Devinder, stay with us. You know, L&T Tech and Tata Elxsi, two stocks that you should be watching out for, and both of these ERD players are giving you different and opposite reactions. L&T Tech 6.5% up on the back of earnings versus a Tata Elxsi, which is down nearly 5% in trade. In fact, L&T Tech has stayed ahead of Tata Elxsi in the first quarter as well. I think in the past also its performance has been like this. And this has mainly been helped by the mobility growth, deal wins and margin expansion. Jasmeet is here to highlight the execution gap between the two ER&D players. Jasmeet, what do you have for us? Because this is a very interesting comparison that we are putting out.
Well, Hiral, as rightly said, it's quite interesting comparison to compare LTTS and Tata Elxsi, given both are in the same industry, caters to same type of clients and operates in the same geography, but one Q1 quarter and the reaction is totally opposite. Let's quickly understand what LTTS has done and what worked for that company versus what did not work for Tata Elxsi. Well, the first point, LTTS saw a broad-based growth across its segments. Q4 was weak for the company, but Q1 saw a recovery, and the majority of the growth was led by the mobility, the biggest segment of the company. Now, in terms of Tata Elxsi, we did see a growth coming in through other sectors, but the major sector, that's the overall transportation, that was weak for the particular counter. If we look at the next key aspect, we also have seen the growth trajectory for Tata Elxsi has come in terms of the media vertical, which is smaller than Tata the tech vertical, but still that medium vertical has grown for the company. But apart from that, the overall analysis does show that the broad-based growth is something that has led to the growth of LTTS. Let's quickly draw out the main table and understand what's the difference and how it has grown for the company in this particular